Today, we will have introduction of the campus president, Dr. Jessica Howard, and have her give a few minutes of introduction, and want to thank her for allowing us to come and use the facility and out here in Southeast. Go ahead. Yeah.
I want to thank you all for coming here tonight. This is the brand new, expanded and renovated Southeast campus of Portland Community College. And so we're very, very pleased to be here, and we're so pleased that you're enjoying our community hall here tonight. Just so you know, we are not ticketing for parking this evening, except for in the Slavic Church lot, over which we have a special relationship in terms of the parking, and that is kind of on the north end of this area here. They're going to start ticketing at about 5:30. So I just wanted to let you all know that. But all the rest of the PCC parking, there'll be no ticketing this evening. So just wanted to let you know that. You should know if you're way up on the north side, right by the Slavic Church, I think. Just a couple of bits of information about this campus. We have more than doubled in size. We have 11,000 students here right now, and we're expected to double in a handful of years. We're really excited to be sort of a full-fledged part of the Portland Community College community. If you don't know, PCC is the largest post-secondary educational entity in the entire state of Oregon. We have about 90,000 students total, and we have over 1,500 employees. And we do the kind of university transfer course programming that you would expect, but also a lot of career and technical education. We're also we do training in the prisons here in Portland and in Wilsonville. We're in the work source centers. We're in the DHS hubs. We do a lot of incumbent worker training. We're all over the community. We feel very connected to and responsive to the community, which is, of course, you and many others like you. We feel very privileged to have that kind of connection. Just so you know, it is expected that by 2025, that medical and educational institutions will account for about 24% of job growth, about 50,000 jobs. And so as you consider updates to the Portland Comprehensive Plan, we urge you to remember how critical education is as an economic driver and a driver of opportunity for our community. So thank you all for being here tonight. Welcome to the Southeast Campus, and have a wonderful meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Howard. And thank you again for allowing us to use the Southeast campus. Appreciate it. Items of interest from Deborah, sitting in for the director.
Two quick announcements for you. One is that the mayor's short-term rentals for multifamily dwellings, his proposal is now out, and that's scheduled for a city council hearing on November 19th. And the second thing I wanted to tell you is that the Age-Friendly Portland Action Plan, which was adopted by City Council a year ago, is coming back before City Council for a one-year update to talk about accomplishments in the year behind us and expectations for the year ahead. And that's scheduled for City Council on November 12th at 9:45 a.m. So those are two things you might want to take note of.
Great, thank you. Items of interest from commissioners. Mike?
Yeah, just wanted to let people know I was out Saturday out at Westmoreland Park, where they've redone the whole park and restored Crystal Springs Creek. And what was amazing about it was during the celebration, Commissioner Luminar was there and a lot of dignitaries, a lot of representatives from the tribes. There were salmon actually spawning, working their reds, their nesting areas in that stream in Crystal Springs Creek, where they removed culverts and done a lot of other restoration on the creek. It was pretty phenomenal to actually see the fish there shortly after the restoration effort. So I urge people to go out there to take a look at when we talk about not just protecting, but restoring natural resources in the city. It's a classic example. You build it and they will come if you provide the habitat. It's just very impressive.
Thank you. Anybody else? Consent agenda, minutes from October 14th, PSC.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passed. Again, tonight is the PSC hearing, the third hearing on the comprehensive plan. We have one more hearing scheduled for next Tuesday, November 4th. That one will be at 1900 Southwest 4th, Suite 2500, and it will begin at 4 o'clock. And that will be also an update about the TSP list, and the economic opportunities will be at that time also. On November 18th, we will then start our work sessions for the Planning Commission about the comprehensive plan. And staff will be working with us on those work sessions. A reminder that we will continue, even after we complete the hearings, that written testimony will be held open through March 13th, 2015. So you can still comment on the plan or anything you hear during the work sessions through that time, and we anticipate that continuing through March 13th, 2015. Again, because it's a hearing, if you wish to testify, please fill out a comment card in the back. They'll bring it to Julie, and we will, I'll read your name. At this point, we're going to have a little discussion about how long we're going to give you, because we have a considerable 60. Okay, we have 60 cards, and we'd like to get out of here sometime tonight. So we'll talk about that. But please just give your name. We already have your address. And if you, again, wish to testify, please fill out one of these, and we'll read your name. A little bit of housekeeping. We have 60 cards tonight, which is our largest yet. So you can do the math at 3 minutes. Would you wish to cut it down, or do you want to stay at? We're scheduled to 9, right?
We're scheduled to 9. Let's give them their 3 minutes.
3 minutes? Okay. Tied on the 3 minutes. Okay.
We want everybody.
But nothing over.
So tonight we'll continue with 3 minutes, but I am going to cut you off at 3 minutes. So in front of you there is a green, yellow, and when it's red, I'm going to say you're finished. So if you have written comments, please give them to Julie. She ensures that they're distributed to us and they get into the record. If you have a piece of property that you're talking about specifically in terms of the zoning, ensure that you give the address of that, but also in the back of the room there are staff that you can talk with directly and provide that information to them, and they will help you with making sure that your request is presented to us as part of our information when we go into deliberation. And now I'm going to call up Eric, who's going to give us a little update on the comprehensive plan, where we are and where we're going. Eric?
Thank you, Chair Bob. I'm going to keep my remarks super brief so that we can move on to those 3-minute segments. You may recall that the material before you includes the comprehensive plan draft policies, information about urban design direction, the actual land use map proposal, as well as the citywide system plan. So you may hear testimony on any of those deliverables. Up on the screen now is a map that shows the areas of land use that are proposed for changes, the gray area being the land uses that are not changing from the current comp plan. So you could hear testimony about any of those places or any places that were not changing. As was mentioned before, this is the third of 4 scheduled public hearings. On November 18th will be the first of your work sessions, and at that time we'll hear a report from the Community Involvement Committee. We'll hear a staff recommendation on how you might structure your work sessions, and you'll hear a few comments from other city bureaus at that time who are preparing comments as well. You'll have more sessions in January through March, an additional transportation system plan hearing in February, and then you'll enter what we call the performance evaluation phase, where there's a couple public hearings about how well this plan performs in meeting our city goal that we identified in the Portland plan, and also fulfilling our employment opportunities analysis requirements. This kind of shows that sequence visually. We're in October now, in the middle of that bar that says PSC hearings. As you mentioned, the written comments will remain open. We will begin working through the bigger issues in work sessions, and we may also deliver consent lists to you for the issues that we think that don't need as much discussion. And all that kind of leads to a recommendation roughly in May, but that's kind of in your hands as to when you end that discussion. This is an updated map showing geographically where the comments are, where at least the hotspots of public comments, and I would just note that it's following a similar pattern as the map I showed you last time. You're continuing to get comments related to Eastmoreland, Reedway, the inner southeast Portland main streets, and then the Elliott neighborhood. There is also a small dot up north on Hayden Island, just off the map there. Relative to those number of comments on those areas, yes. The number of comments by geography, the largest geographies are inner southeast and inner northeast in terms of and north in terms of public comments, with fewer comments coming from outer east and west Portland. And these are just the online mapping comments. By subject area, the most popular topics are the neighborhood residential designations, the centers and corridors, and transportation system plan related map features. And then in terms of policy chapters, the economic environment chapters are kind of tied for the most popular for public comments, with transportation following behind. Just a reminder for the public out there that you can continue to submit comments online through our map app, which allows you to browse the proposed land use changes, learn a little bit about them, and then submit comments. And if you leave your name and address with those comments will be delivered to the commission as testimony. New this week, I want to introduce a new feature in the Map app, which we're calling Map App Explorer, and the blue dot is an indication of that. We've added back the features that were from the old Map app, where you could browse the background information like demographics or some environmental features as behind the land use changes or behind the transportation changes, and that was popular with folks who wanted to do some more analysis of our proposals. And so we've restored that in a version of the Map app called the Explorer, and you can reach that Map app by clicking the blue dot at the top of the Map app page. In the title bar, there's a dot that'll allow you to navigate into that mode. So I wanted to just highlight that tonight as a new feature, or a restored feature, that is. You can also, of course, submit testimony through old-fashioned email or regular mail, as well as get information on our website, or you can call our helpline if you have questions that you need answered before you can prepare testimony. The helpline at 503-823-0195. That will connect you with staff who can try to answer your questions. And that concludes my introduction tonight, and I'll get out of your way.
Okay. Because we have so many, we will not take a break. We will just keep calling names. So our commissioners will be kind of coming and going and doing what they need to do to stay awake and keep so they don't float away. And so we will continue to call the names. So if you see commissioners get up, don't stop. Just keep talking. We're going to start with a representative from PCC, Linda Degman. Can you shut that off? Hi, Linda.
How are you?
Good.
So, thank you. On. I need to talk closer. So I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the city's comprehensive plan update tonight. And I do want to thank staff for working with PCC and other institutions on the campus institutional changes that they're working on. We appreciate being at the table. PCC supports the campus institutional plan designation proposed in the draft comp plan update. Providing sufficient development capacity, ease, and flexibility are an important first step towards supporting future institutional growth. However, translating the comprehensive plan designation into zoning code regulations is where the real challenge lies, I'm sure as you all know. Of the 4 PCC campuses, Southeast, Cascade, and Sylvania are located within city limits and either have an IMP or a CUMP designation, which both have their benefits and challenges to them. Assuming that these campuses are redesignated as campus institution upon the adoption of the new comp plan, PCC does not find sufficient incentive in the proposed regulations to rezone its campuses quasi-judicially outside of any sort of development application to match the underlying new plan designation. And we plan on submitting a letter before sometime probably within the next month to outline those reasons. Instead, PCC would like to request that the city continue as it has been to continue its dialogue with the campus representatives to refine the zoning regulations and transitional processes, as well as review the design review process. PCC pledges to continue its participation in the effort, as we believe together we can craft an approach that will continue to support the development of higher education while preserving neighborhood livability. So thank you for your time. We appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you. John Denny, Sarah Ori, and Carol Finney. Go ahead, John, get started.
Yes, my name is John Denny. I purchased Port Wholesale Nursery in 1980, and the property that our store is on at 50th and Stark in 1986 from a gentleman, Avery Steinmetz, who had been involved with the business since the early 20s through the 60s. In his will, and at 96, he passed away in the year of 1986, and designated that we would have the right to purchase the property because he wanted to see the property stay a nursery, feeling it was the highest and best use. And we're here tonight to say we agree with Avery, that we think that we should be able to stay a nursery at 50th and Stark. We've long waited for this opportunity to be able to testify, so we really do appreciate being able to comment on the comprehensive plan. 1952, the zoning at our Stark store was general commercial. That was later downgraded in 1980 to neighborhood commercial, and the zoning underneath the building was reverted to residential, which made us totally non-conforming. That was 1980. 1991, they gutted the zoning, and in the definitions, they made nursery a non-conforming use in residential property. We commented to the city that we didn't like that. They said that we should write a letter to the city and outline our concerns. We did that, and after they put it in place, they said, I'm sorry, because of budget cuts, we don't have time to review the problems with the zoning. Again, in 1995, Earl Blumenauer recommended that I get involved with the Inner Southeast Zoning Rewrite Project, and we went to 2 years of meetings, and it was abruptly ended because they said because of budget cuts, a committee of 14 volunteers could not continue on trying to make recommendations for what the zoning should be. At this point, there's no place for nurseries in the city of Portland. We have connections with agriculture back 130 years. The pictures on our walls tell the story of where we've been as a business and as the property at 50th and Stark, where there's the picture of Henry Birchler as a young child standing in the berry fields looking towards Mount Tabor where there's no trees and there's cows grazing, and Stark Street's a gravel road. Or if it's the founder of Portland Nursery, Albert Brownell, standing in Laurelhurst Park with icons in the nursery industry as president of the Pacific Coast Nurserymen's Association, or if it's Avery Steinmetz, who was president of the American Association of Nurserymen in 1936 and inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1978. I'm sorry. We're on number 24 on the list of independent garden centers in the city of Portland. We'd like to move up the list, not off this list.
Sarah Ori, also speaking on behalf of Portland Nursery, which is my family's company. I know you have a difficult task in front of you, so I really do appreciate your time. We are a family-owned business operating out of 2 Southeast Portland locations on 50th and Stark, 90th and Division, both approximately 5 acres in size. We're known for vast plant selection, a highly educated staff, and a commitment to our community. Approximately 95 of our plants are sourced within a 100-mile radius, supporting a local economy. We're the largest customer of many wholesale specialty nurseries, keeping them in business. In some of the goals you identified were urban food production and an increase in the tree canopy. Just this year, we've already sold 310,000 vegetables and herbs, 3,800 trees, and 7,500 native plants to the city of Portland. So I think that aligns with your goals pretty well. We provide Portland residents the opportunity to plant diverse landscapes. Because of our selection, we fill a niche that small garden centers and big box stores cannot and do not fill. Positions at our nursery are highly sought after, with hundreds of applications per open position. We employ over 100 full-time employees in our high season and 70 full-time in our slow season. They want to work there because we offer a positive work environment with good health benefits, matching 401k program, and because of that, our average staff tenure is 10.35 years. We strive to be good neighbors and keep noise to a minimum, which is pretty easy since we're only open 9 to 6 right now. We don't get too many late night complaints. We've had a positive impact on the surrounding area, and we are truly loved within the community. I believe that the really beautiful, mature landscapes that make Mount Tabor such a sought-after place to live in is in good part due to Portland Nursery's presence in the center of the neighborhood. We take pride in being sources of horticultural education within the community and are even relied on some government programs that have budget cuts, such as poison control and Master Gardeners OSU. We employ a full-time community outreach director, which gives us an ongoing presence in the community, and we would like an opportunity to continue to be part of this community. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Carol Finney. I'm also one of the 4 members of the family that owns Portland Nursery. Again, thank you for this opportunity to present our concerns regarding
Go ahead and continue to talk. Keep talking.
the light's not on, so am I on over here?
Just keep talking.
All right, sorry.
Don't let this rattle you.
Our 2 nurseries are jewels within the city. We provide beautiful, privately maintained open spaces and a great close-in shopping experience for Portland's extensive gardening community. In addition, the nursery gives back to the community. We annually contribute to more than 400 schools and organizations. This includes a venue for some nonprofit organizations' fundraising events, like Impact Northwest, whose auction this year raised $138,000, and Mount Tabor Middle School's annual auction, where they usually raise tens of thousands. We also contribute cash and in-kind support to other organizations' fundraising efforts. These groups include Zenger Farms, Sauvie Island Center, Growing Gardens, Friends of Portland Community Gardens, and a long list of garden clubs. This year, we celebrate 30 years of OPB programming support. This makes us their longest-running sponsor. We offer over 200 free or low-cost classes at the 2 locations. These cover everything from raised bed gardenings to wreath making. Also, we do cooking demonstrations with a focus on seasonal fruits and vegetables. This year, we celebrated our 27th Apple Tasting Festival. This is a free event that gives the community an opportunity to taste over 50 varieties of Oregon-grown apples and pears while enjoying local live music, cider press demonstrations, and several kid-specific activities. During the week, we also hosted Senior Day, and school field trips brought in over 1,300 children. Our community involvement results in area school kids growing their own fresh fruits, foods, and flowers. often for the first time. Gardening projects that are integrated into school curriculums enhance math, science, and language learning. Children also learn responsibility by just having to share garden space with others. They also reap the benefits of getting outdoors and being physically active. We want to continue to support our community, and we need your help. Please consider how your decisions regarding the zoning of Portland Nursery's 2 locations will impact our efforts. Thanks again.
Just hold on one second.
Just a quick question. And I live near the nursery, and I've been known to go to the apple tasting events. Now, essentially, you want zoning so that you're not a non-conforming use. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Denny, Peter Fry, Javon Stavin, Starvin.
Hello, my name is Jill Denny, and I am the youngest member of the Denny family who owns Portland Nursery. I sincerely appreciate that you're here today to help us solve this complicated problem about the future of Portland Nursery. Our Stark building is old and tired. It has a growing number of occupants and needs to be improved to accommodate our employees and customers. The building we currently have is not functional, not large enough, and has some safety concerns. With the proper zoning, we plan to make more office space, a larger classroom to accommodate our increase in attendance to courses, and add additional parking. Ideally, build a store that has a more inviting building configuration by moving up the greenhouses and attaching them to the building. This will allow customers to shop without having to venture long distances in the rain. If we are not able to make these renovations, we most likely will not continue as a business. Our goals for the future are to expand community outreach, education, and workshops for adults and children. Excite younger generations about urban agriculture to help keep Oregon green. And so as a family and a business, we want to continue to be in and support this beautiful and lively community, but to do that, we need your help. So please consider how your decision about the zoning of Portland Nursery will impact our community. Thank you for your time.
Okay, my name is Peter Finley Fry. I'm a planning consultant with Portland Nursery. I know that we're talking about the plan right now, not the zoning, but if we can't get the right plan, we can't get the zoning we need. Division Street, there's only really 2 issues. One is a large enough area for the nursery in the mixed use, and then we would like on property south of Clinton to go to a higher density zoning because of Max and the I-205 and being next to a corridor. Stark's more difficult as the city has grown a tightly residential fabric around the nursery. A split designated solution does not work, which is what's on the map right now. It cuts the property into half, residential and mixed commercial. We feel that alternatives exist. Greenhouses could not be counted as square feet for FAR, and the neighborhood commercial could have a very low FAR, for example. The city prohibits big box retail in certain zones throughout the city. We could just do that. The fear is that Portland Nursery would go away, and then you'd have this huge chunk of commercial land, but I am confident there are ways to prevent that from happening. And I also believe that this is needed throughout the whole city, because anytime you have a mixed use neighborhood designation, it shouldn't be of a high impact, Fred Meyer or something like that. It should be like a nursery or a small office. Thank you very much.
My name is Jan Van Stavern, and thank you for letting me come and talk about my home at 26 and Southeast Division. My husband and I have lived there for 9 years, and we have watched the neighborhood change very quickly. And it's been exciting and kind of startling. You wake up every morning and things are so different. And so I'm coming to you to support the changes in the comprehensive plan regarding our street and the division mixed commercial center designation that's being placed in our area. But I also request that my property, which is oddly just kind of right on the edge of that mixed-use urban center designation, be included. Let me explain. At the corner of our block is Little T Bakery and a large condo, a Randy Rappaport building. And we're on the opposite corner from that property. There's a small building between us. So it's big condo, little house. And the other house between us and that condo is about to be changed in its zoning and in its designation on the comprehensive plan. So we request that the proposed draft of the comprehensive plan be modified to apply the urban commercial comprehensive plan designation to our property at 2636 Southeast Division Street. In its current form, the draft plan would already change the mixed-use urban center designation to our west to the urban commercial designation. That new designation would also apply to the R1 property to our west. We fully support the changes the draft plan has that would apply to our block, but we do think it makes sense to make our property not be the only property on the block that faces division, not to be part of the urban commercial designation. Our property is relatively narrow with respect to our frontage on Division Street, and if it is omitted from the new urban commercial designation, it would create a more isolated parcel that offers no transition between our single-family home and the mixed-use development that would be allowed on the rest of the block. So we're asking that our property be also considered for mixed use. Applying the urban commercial designation to the property would create more opportunity for future mixed-use development to find the optimum orientation on the block, rather than being artificially hemmed in by the presence of our property's more limited zoning designations. Although split zone developments are possible, they do not allow the variety of options that a larger homogeneous zone would allow. Further, incorporating our property into the designations would create the opportunity to activate two corners of our block rather than just one, which promotes the strong emphasis on design and street-level activity the city hopes to achieve through the urban commercial designation. I was walking home a week ago, and I saw people walking around with billboards, and I asked one of them, what are they doing? They were architecture students studying Division Street, and their teacher came up and explained to me that they saw...
Thank you.
Okay.
Questions?
Thank you.
Thomas Monreal, I believe, Reed Dow, and I can't read the writing, Mendoza, Mrs. Mendoza. Jonathan Mendoza? There you are. Oh, okay. Oh, no, go ahead. Start talking.
Yes, thank you. My name is Reed Dow, and I want to thank the people here for allowing us to speak. I own the building at 2425 Southeast 35th Place, and also fronts on Division and 35th Place. The building was originally purchased by my family and actually my father in 1962, and we cleaned rugs in the facility. The parking lot out back was gravel and has been that way since 1925, 1926 when it was built. Apparently, when the zoning came through, the building was zoned storefront commercial and the parking lot was zoned residential. In the 80s, my dad and I decided that we wanted to pave the parking lot and obtained a conditional permit to do that. After the cleaning business was sold, I remodeled the building into commercial spaces, and recently the city granted us a conditional use for the parking lot, which is, by the way, zoned residential for parking. The building is zoned for storefront commercial. We're asking that this split zoning be changed to incorporate the entire lot and building as used since 1925. And we're hoping that it will be consistent and in that our use factors have changed that will be addressed by Thomas, and we're unable to move forward with the residential and use pattern. We went to the neighborhood association, the Richmond Neighborhood Association, and presented this in February of this year, and they voted to approve the zoning change. And we had hoped that it would be on the map, but apparently is not. Thank you for your consideration.
Quick question, Andre. Is it 2 parcels?
It's 2 parcels.
Not a separate parcel?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
So are you looking for housing or mixed use?
We're looking to zone it the same as the building and continue to use it as a parking lot, but we need to build some structure for the winery to be able to operate without affecting the neighborhood as much as they are in the present situation.
So the building is zoned what currently?
Storefront commercial.
Okay.
Hi, thank you for having me here today. My name is Thomas Monroe. I'm the founder, or one of the founders. My wife is the co-founder for the Southeast Wine Collective at 2425 Southeast 35th Place. We're a community urban winery, one of the first and now maybe most well-known ones in the city of Portland. We are here today because my wife and I founded this after we lived and worked in France for a number of years, working in a winery in a village, and we moved to Southeast Portland in 2010 and fell in love with our neighborhood and the opportunities it gave us, and we wanted to be able to bring what we had learned to our community because we saw how much it became a part of the fabric of the communities we lived in when we were in Europe. So we live on Division and 30th Street, and our winery is 5 blocks away from us. We started this with myself and 3 other winemakers working out of the space, and we've now grown to 10 of us, and we have 9 full-time employees now, who almost all but one live in Southeast Portland, and we provide them with healthcare benefits and profit-sharing plans, and also numerous opportunities to give back to the community. We all volunteer as a group with Oregon Food Bank. So essentially, we are really committed to becoming a long-term member of this neighborhood. And our challenge has been that the parking lot is a residential one property, and our business is inside of a commercial storefront zone property. And we are looking to build a storage capacity in the back of our parking lot space so that we can internalize or bring inside some of our delivery and receiving activities that during the harvest months, which is right now, can be loud and impactful to our neighborhood. This is important to us because we want to be good stewards to both our neighbors and the people that we live around, and we're committed to try to mitigating our activities and keeping, a good relationship with everyone in our area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. My name is Jonathan Suarez Mendoza. I'm 19 years old. I'm a high school graduate of Franklin High School. I graduated in 2013. During my 4 years of going to high school, I took as many classes as I could in the industrial field, manufacturing, shop classes, things like that. And so, yeah, after I graduated, I got put into an internship program at Vigor Industrial. It's a company here in Portland. And during the time that I was at Vigor, I learned a lot about working on ships and things like that. After my internship was done, I was really interested. They offered me a job. I went, I worked. My parents were super ecstatic, very proud of me and everything. I got, I was, making like $16 an hour off the spot right out of high school. A lot of my friends, were struggling after high school, trying to get into colleges and working all that out. If they did work, working minimum wage and things like that. And so, I mean, it was, it was hard being the guy that had to, pay for all the food and everything and seeing everybody else, kind of taking them out and all that. But I mean, it's because I took a path that not a lot of people know about because there's not as many opportunities out here as there should be, for, high school graduates. So yeah, I mean, Vigor felt like it had a career path for me that a lot of students really didn't know about. A lot of people thought that college is the way to go all the time, no matter what, to be making all that money. And then, me finding a way where that's not necessarily the case kind of surprised everybody. They didn't really understand how it worked. I'm always getting asked, how I got my job where I'm at. I'm drafting now. I'm like doing things that engineers should be doing, but I'm learning from some of the best people, in the industry, and they're teaching me all the tips and tricks and all that, and it's great. I love it, and I just feel like if the city, with the comprehensive plan that they have going, should consider industries that provide, a living wage and like skilled jobs or whatever for high school students, people that are just graduating. So, they don't, have to struggle, paying for, some McDonald's, and so, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Nope. Joe Miles Kelly, Fred LaCapra, and Aaron Buchanan or Bachman.
Good evening. My name is Fred LaCapra, and I'm a Gunderson employee. Since 1938, Gunderson has been located on the west side of the Willamette River across the river from Swan Island. Gunderson has a long manufacturing history in Portland, currently producing ocean-going vessels and two types of rail cars, intermodal double-stack container cars and refrigerated boxcars. I have been employed at Gunderson for 26 years and have raised my family of 3 children, and I'm now enjoying my 6 grandchildren. I started as an unpaid welder trainee. I was told that Gunderson had 24 positions open if I could learn to weld in a week, which is exactly what I did. I advanced through the ranks of the company, eventually taking advantage of the tuition assistance program, and went to college at the age of 43 to further my education. Gunderson is a family-oriented operation that supports personal and professional growth. The same opportunities available to me 26 years ago are still available today to young people who want to enter the trades. We are a very diverse company, employing people of at least 22 nationalities. We produce safety topics in 4 different languages on a weekly basis. Gunderson has hired over 700 employees in the last year, October 13 to October 14, but due to attrition have maintained 557 new hired employees. Current headcount is 1,114 employees and growing, which almost matches our 2006 numbers when we had 1,200 employees and were producing 24 brand new double-stack container cars a day. We currently hire for 34 job categories within the production process. This does not include white-collar positions. These positions range from electricians, welders, carpenters, material handlers, and warehouse workers. Our wages range from $12.60 to $31 an hour, depending on skill level and tenure. These jobs have a low barrier to entry. Additionally, Gunderson has a welder training program. The skill level for welding, rail, and marine production does not walk in off the street into our plant. The skill base is not there as it was 20 years ago. Our comprehensive weld training program can take most individuals that have the desire to learn and make them a successful welder in 4 to 6 weeks. During this time, trainees are paid a starting welding wage. This program does not require a 2 or 4-year college degree. We also teach blueprint reading to our welders for those who wish to learn it. These are just 2 examples of the trades we train for at Gunderson. I have discussed the above because I cannot emphasize enough a need to support policies in the comprehensive plan document that address job creation and job retention, and policies that protect the ability of harbor businesses to continue to grow and prosper. Policy 6.27, Income Self-Sufficiency, states, improve access to self-sufficient wage levels and career ladders by maintaining an adequate and viable supply of employment land to support and expand opportunities in Portland for middle and high wage jobs that do not require a 4-year college degree. Please recognize the importance of the harbor industrial lands in providing living wage opportunities to citizens of Portland and the region. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Aaron Bouchane, and I'm Program Manager for Impact Northwest, a local nonprofit. I manage a program called Pathways to Manufacturing. This program seeks to connect high school metal shop students, those that typically excel at hands-on oriented tasks, to living wage jobs and careers available within Portland's robust manufacturing and skilled trade sectors. Over the next 10 years, it's projected that Portland's manufacturing industry will need to fill approximately 30,000 jobs due to replacement and growth. The vast majority of these positions offer living wages and career growth opportunities and only require a high school diploma or certification from a local community college. Most of the students enrolled in my program reside in East Portland region and will not be pursuing a four-year university degree. They enroll in shop classes because they possess mechanical aptitude and are good at working with their hands, and because most high schools don't provide much in-school guidance in the local living wage job opportunities available after graduation, many shop-oriented students graduate with uncertain career outlooks. The regional manufacturing and skilled trade sectors offer entry-level living wage jobs for individuals that these graduates can easily access. These jobs offer a solid foothold on a middle-class life, career advancement, paid training, and education opportunities. Ultimately, I'm here today to stress the importance of manufacturing and skilled trade jobs and the opportunities they provide to many of the region's career and technical education learners. As this commission moves forward with this comprehensive plan, I ask that you strongly consider policy 6.27, income self-sufficiency, and any future decisions. Graduates of my program have moved to entry-level positions with companies like Gunderson and Vigor Industrial, with a beginning starting wages in the range of $16 to $19 an hour. This does not include overtime. These jobs place my graduates squarely in middle class directly out of high school. If this commission is serious about reaching a 90% income self-sufficiency level by 2035, ensuring these entry-level living wage jobs are available is paramount. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joseph Miles Kelly. I am 18 years old. I am a graduate of Centennial High School. I went through his Pathways to Manufacturing program, and I am currently a welder fitter at Gunderson. This was an accident, I promise.
The jacket's on. You've never met before, right? Okay.
I am currently 2 months into my production as a graveyard welder fitter at Gunderson. I went through the 3-month welding program. My welding skills were okay at the beginning of this. Now they're pretty good. They're really good, actually. We have very high standards, and it's annoying sometimes. I took 3 years of shop class because I've always felt a certain aptitude with my hands. As such, I found Aaron through my metal shop teacher, and I instantly was on board with his program. They have helped me my entire they have helped me with the entire process of making my way to my independent self that I am now. I am currently living on my own. I am 2-3 months out of high school. No, what are we, 5 months out of high school? Yeah. 5 months out of high school. And I'm currently living on my own in downtown, and I am completely self-sufficient. And it's all because I have had the privilege to work with Aaron and Gunderson, and they have been very helpful in this process. So what I'm here today is to say that I hope you will consider how important it is for programs like this to exist, and how important it is to continue to provide living wage jobs right out of high school, because I think it will be very beneficial to future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Question. First, I'm jealous. My stepkids are 24 and 26. They're not out of the house yet, even though they have college degrees. I think we appreciate the importance of Portland's value-added manufacturing sector. We're kind of unique in the country of having as much value added in our manufacturing and the economic benefits we derive from that. The challenge is we're not making any more harbor land. So my question is, given the work that you guys do, is there an opportunity to use the land that we have more intensely? I live in Northwest Portland, so I sometimes get down on Front Ave and see the buildings at Gunderson, and I see the ratio of building area to land area is pretty small, and there's a fair amount devoted to parking. Is there a way we can take the relatively fixed amount of land we have and use it more intensely to do the things that you guys do?
That's a great question. And I agree that we do have more land to building variation as you're referring to. It leaves us open for expansion if we're able to expand our process or increase our production processes. It gives us that viable option at this point. I can speak for Gunderson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Webb, Terry Parker, Ryan Hikes. Laura, go ahead and get started.
My name's Laura Webb. I live in here in Southeast Portland. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to urge you to withdraw West Hayden Island's current designation for industrial development in the comp plan and instead designate it as forest land. Perhaps you're annoyed, as I am, to have to be dealing with this issue again. The public unbelievably has to continue voicing our disdain for the development of West Hayden Island. After a very lengthy, arduous public process, a reasonable mitigation offer was made to the Port of Portland, especially reasonable because mitigation is rife with future unknowns. Now, in what smacks of a backroom, public process be damned development, the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability has removed any guarantee of the mitigation package. It's as if the Port and Bureau want to have free reign over West Hayden Island, because that's what they found a way to do. They seek to ruin the best of what's left of the natural beauty of the confluence of our two great rivers. West Hayden Island is home to deer, coyote, eagles, salmon, ancient ash trees, and migrating birds. What part of location do the Port and Bureau not understand? They wish to continue as unfettered spoilers. The Port drags its feet on cleanup of brownfields that could be used for development. They refuse to view issues regionally, dismissing suggestions that they cooperate with the Port of Vancouver. The Port lobbies the legislature to switch costs to taxpayers. Portland only has so much land. The city needs to grapple with how it will create jobs and how it will sustain its natural environment. This will need to be dealt with at a city and state level. We should not be sacrificing a jewel like West Hayden Island to a multi-flawed equation of how many acres of industrial lands are required to support X number of future jobs. The very manner in which this issue is resurfaced provides ample proof that the public's wishes for a sustainable environment need ironclad protection. It's my hope that you'll take the steps necessary to honor the public process. With over 90% of our riparian environment already developed, places like Giles Lake are long gone, with creeks now drained into sewers. Steve Dean, writing in the Oregonian, correctly asserts that the Port and Bureau are waging a war of attrition. The people who come after us will no longer remember how much of our natural beauty has already been lost. Sustainability is just as important a part of your mission as is planning. A song called Bread and Roses, born out of a Massachusetts textile workers' strike, inspires us to remember that people are not merely workers. The song calls for a sharing of life's glories, bread and roses, bread and roses. West Hayden Island has wild roses. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Parker, Northeast Portland, and a fourth-generation Portlander. To preserve neighborhood character and green space and solar access, a goal needs to be added in Housing Policy Section 5 that stipulates replacement housing in single-family home neighborhoods be compatible to existing homes as it relates to mass, height, lot coverage, and street setbacks. Additionally, a goal needs to be included to encourage that single-family homes, when torn down, are responsibly deconstructed with the majority of materials recovered for reuse, as opposed to teardowns being mechanically demolished where the majority of materials are crushed and sent to the landfill. Partners in decision-making, Policy 2.1 must apply not just to land use, but also to transportation planning, with the users of all modes proportionally represented. More weight also needs to be given to neighborhood associations and coalitions. In Policy 9.28, instead of digging up the streets to add rails and install messy overhead wires, keep Portland moving forward by scrapping the 19th century streetcar plan, replacing it with a new technology, less costly, environmental friendly, 21st century electric bus plan. Include bus pullouts at transit stops so other traffic is not obstructed when boarding passengers. Traffic congestion associated with buses stopping in motor vehicle travel lanes is counterproductive to reducing emissions and fuel consumption. Transportation policy must also include a financially self-sustainable goal for transit. Since space reserved for bicycles is a commodity, equity needs to be added to Section 9, specifying that bicycle paid license and/or user fees pay for bicycle infrastructure. Freeloading, ignoring traffic laws, and just providing lip service is no longer acceptable. Also needed is to achieve equity is a rewrite of policy 9.53, whereby bicyclists must pay for bike parking in areas where parking for motorists is metered or managed with a fee. One of the factors as to why Oregon's economy lags behind the national average is because of the politically induced anti-automobile environment. With strong input from the motorist community, parking management policy needs to be completely rewritten. Not providing adequate residential off-street parking in policy 9.51 negatively impacts the quality of life in surrounding neighborhoods. Encouraging lower rates of car ownership hurts the economy. The comp plan needs a reality check by requiring sufficient off-street parking for all new residential development, including on civic corridors like Sandy Boulevard, in town centers like Hollywood, and around transit stations. Finally, the comp plan must equitably reflect diversity and the freedoms this country was founded upon, be it housing choice, transportation mode choice, or lifestyle. The comp plan must not attempt to dictate, socialistically favor, or financially impact one choice over another. As an example, policy 9.47 needs to apply to all vehicle modes or be removed.
Thank you.
Go
ahead.
Hello, my name is Ryan Hike. I'm with the Pacific Northwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I started working as a union pile driver right out of high school. The local high school had a shop program which helped me prepare for the trades by teaching me basic mechanics. I was able to graduate from high school and move directly into a good paying job. Over the years, I have worked on a number of local projects, including the Big Pipe project, as well as the OHSU aerial tram. I've been part of a number of bridge and dock projects in the region and the Portland waterfront. I finished a 4-year apprenticeship program and eventually became a journeyman, and then moved on to work as the union representative for carpenters, pile drivers, and millwrights. I have a great appreciation for family wage jobs, not only because I have one and can raise my own family, but also I have seen through my union work how these living wage jobs have increased the economic prosperity of many people whose jobs are in the trades. The Pacific Northwest Regional Council of Carpenters represents over 20,000 craftsmen and women. We believe in safe working conditions, the dignity of labor, and fair day's pay for a fair day's work. Trade jobs are concentrated in Portland's industrial district, such as the Portland Harbor. If you are truly committed to equity and the retention of growth of living wage jobs, then you must emphasize policies that support our existing industrial businesses and to encourage new businesses to locate here and existing businesses to continue to grow in Portland. Then you must have policies that lead to that end. Policies that result in additional regulatory burden will impact the bottom line of companies, resulting in an impact on job hiring. The proposed comprehensive plan includes policy 6.34 titled Industrial Land, which states, provide industrial land that encourages industrial business retention, growth, and traded sector competitiveness. In addition, the policy states to provide industrial land for the reason that is a widely accessible base of family wage jobs. These policy statements are a great start to protect an industrial land supply in Portland. Please give serious consideration to the economic development policies that contribute to support the overall prosperity of Portland, its citizens, and the associated livability of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. David Sweet, Cameron Harrington, Laura Taylor. Go ahead and get started.
My name is David Sweet, and I'm the Land Use Chair for the Cully Association of Neighbors. I've been working lately with a talented group of Cullyites who represent a variety of community-serving organizations to review the current draft of the comprehensive plan. Several of us are here today to testify about the recommendations we developed. My neighborhood association has not yet been able to approve a final draft of our recommendations, so I'm speaking tonight for myself and for the group that worked with me. Cully is a majority-minority neighborhood, the most diverse in the city and perhaps the most diverse in the state. We have a population of more than 13,000 living in 5,000 households. More than 1/5 of those households are living below the poverty line. We are a residential neighborhood with 68% single-family homes. Many of these are modest houses on large lots. They're ripe for redevelopment, as you know. For these reasons and others, Cully was identified as at risk of displacement in Lisa Bates' gentrification and displacement study prepared for the city. Having lived in Irvington and Sabin neighborhoods for much of my 47 years in Portland, I have observed close at hand the results of displacement. With your help, I hope we can do much better in Cully. There is much to be said about strategies to prevent displacement, and others will speak about these as well. I want to specifically address policies that could be incorporated into the plan to support development of smaller homes in single-family zones. These could provide market-based, affordable housing, accommodate a wider variety of household sizes, decrease resource use and carbon impacts associated with larger homes, and preserve the character of our neighborhood and others. Among the policies that would encourage smaller homes, here are a few. First, create more flexible rules for accessory dwelling units. Allow, for example, an internal as well as an external accessory dwelling unit on the same lot. Allow large, older homes to be internally divided into small units. Scale system development charges based on home size. This is a huge disincentive to builders to build small. And offer density bonuses in single-dwelling zones in exchange for smaller home sizes and/or permanently affordable housing. These, I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Cameron Harrington. I work with the Living Cully Coalition, which is a partnership of 4 community development organizations in Cully, Hacienda Community Development, NEA, Verde, and Habitat for Humanity. I'm here today to share our very urgent concern that while the comprehensive plan lays out a number of very specific goals and strategies to improve the quality of life in our neighborhoods, it does little more than pay lip service to the threat of displacement that will be directly caused by the improvement of our neighborhoods. Well, we recognize that planning is, in this sense, a bit of a catch-22 practice, that improving our neighborhoods will inherently make those neighborhoods more expensive places to live, because a neighborhood that fulfills all of these beautiful visions in the draft plan is one that will have higher demand for housing, higher demand for commercial space, and therefore will, as property values and housing costs go up, will contribute to the displacement of low-income families and people of color. For the reasons that David articulated, Cully is among the neighborhoods that stands to see its high proportion of lower-income residents displaced as the neighborhood is improved. In order to address this mismatch between very specific policies to improve our neighborhoods and complete lack of specific policies to mitigate the displacement impact created by those improvements, Living Cully has prepared 10 very concrete recommendations for amendments to the policies of the comprehensive plan draft. We look forward to working with you over the coming months to figure out how we can implement these ideas into the revised draft. But in my last minute, I'll give you a summary of what I think is the central proposed amendment we have, which is based on something that already exists in Chapter 5, the housing chapter. And that calls for, right now in a very vague way, calls for an impact analysis to be done when new investments and planning designations are made. We would like to see that idea be applied to the plan writ large, so that whenever new zoning designations are initiated, whenever new infrastructure investments are made, that triggers a mandatory impact analysis that will assess what will be the impact on housing affordability of this decision, what will be the impact on displacement, and not only what will be the impact, but what would have to be done to mitigate that effect and to build in funding for the mitigation strategies into the very proposal and into the budget of that project.
I have a quick question. Go ahead. Yeah, did you follow when the interstate max went in, the Coalition for a Livable Future and other folks argued for a racial impact statement. And I'm wondering if you followed that, or the details of that, and how successful that was. Anyway, basically that's what you're asking for here, it sounds like. And I really, and I'm sure we all appreciate the specificity of your comments, so we look forward to taking a look at your recommendations.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Laura Young. I was a little bit confused. You're bad. Yeah. I'm going to stand back a little bit. I'm the district manager for the Cully Boulevard Alliance. I'm a 10-year resident of the Cully neighborhood, and I'm the transportation chair for the neighborhood association. The Cully Boulevard Alliance Neighborhood Prosperity Initiative is jointly funded by PDC and NAIA. I'm appearing here today as a part of the collaborative of the community serving organizations that Cameron was referencing, and to support the drafted recommendations that he will be providing. In addition to the collective recommendations, I wanted to comment in more detail on transit and transportation infrastructure as a necessary component of a successful anti-displacement strategy in our community. My role within the Cully Boulevard Alliance offers me a unique perspective on both the positive and negative impacts of reinvestment and redevelopment. And as infrastructure improves, property values rise, and the community becomes more attractive to investors. And with investment comes new jobs, capital improvements, and desperately needed neighborhood-serving amenities. However, as property values continue to increase, homes and rentals that were affordable only a year ago are quickly moving out of reach of low-income residents because the cost of housing is rising faster than income levels. As investment continues to increase, property values will also continue to increase, and the risk of displacement to low-income residents will also increase. Fortunately, we already know that the best predictor of communities' ability to mitigate the effects of displacement is to create access to living wage jobs. We can do this in Cully by improving access to public transit that in turn provides access to living wage jobs and job centers. As we have noted, our neighborhood is one of the most diverse in the city. It has also been identified as one of the most at risk of forced displacement of low-income and minority residents. In fact, nearly half of our residents are low-income and minority families. This same population is also largely dependent on public transit access to living wage jobs. With these factors in mind, I urge you to promote investment of transit and transportation dollars in areas of the city like Cully, where they will have the greatest impact on quality of life while preventing forced displacement of low-income residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Yep. So a couple of years ago, this commission processed the Cully plan, which included some extensions to neighborhood commercial districts, very much with support of the community to provide some of those amenities.
Local street plan.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. And we talked about displacement at that time. And one of the strategies that we talked about quite a bit was community benefit agreements, so that as these investments happened, they would employ people in the neighborhood. My question is, has that panned out? And in general, how have the changes that we made at that time benefited or hurt the neighborhood since?
I can give you a couple of examples. Well, one is the Columbia Biogas project. And we have, after a year-long process, we were very successful in creating a great relationship with John McKinney. And when that project actually breaks ground, there is a plan in place to hire locally. Another example is Comcast is moving into the area, not creating any new jobs. And although they're willing to acknowledge the community's interests, not willing to enter into a community benefit agreement. And since community benefits agreements are more binding. The businesses shy away from that kind of a requirement of moving in. So I think they're a great idea. I think in large part businesses are concerned about the liability that they will incur as a part of being, engaging in them. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think businesses in general are concerned about the liability of engaging in a community benefits agreement.
We would love to see something like a community benefits overlay zone for neighborhoods like Cully that are at risk of displacement. And I understand that there may be legal issues with it. We've been researching it and hope to work with planning staff on developing something like that.
I think it's important to note that in the Cully Commercial Corridor plan that you referenced, the City Council did adopt, as part of that plan, a requirement that the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability convene a special effort to address displacement that would be linked to the implementation of the plan. That was over 2 years ago, and that is yet to happen.
Don Carhart, Eli Spivak, David Red Thunder. David, you want to get started?
Thank you.
My name is Dawn Cartwright. I'm a 17-year resident of the Westmoreland neighborhood, and I'm here to talk about a proposed zoning change for a lot that's in the neighborhood currently occupied by a QFC grocery store and adjacent parking lot. The lot is located on Milwaukee Avenue between Duke and Henry Street. As I understand, the lot's zoning is currently under review as part of the comprehensive plan. The lot is currently zoned R5 non-conforming use, which means the restrictions on the lot in terms of noise, off-hours use, and to strict use of the lot as a parking lot is part of the zoning. And I put in my written testimony the relevant zoning references. The lot is zoned this way as a result of a request from the original owners, the Tagasels, which owned the property and sold it to Aquino's grocery store that was there at the time, purposely wanted to create a buffer between the neighborhood and the store and asked that it be zoned at that time R5 non-conforming use. And when Kino's was there, we had great experience, no problems with the store. In 1997-98, QFC was built there, and the parking lot remains zoned R5. As soon as the QFC came in, it's a 24-hour store, and we started experiencing problems right away, basically noise from trucks, vibrations, trucks all over the neighborhood, alcohol being stolen from the store, and people fleeing through our neighborhood, driving at high speeds. Debris that was blowing from the parking lot because they were using it for storage, blowing into the neighborhood, and public areas like sidewalks, handicap spots, all being blocked by trucks because they were not encouraged to use the zoning properly for the lot. Yeah, it is, but they basically don't use it. They've used it for storage.
Yeah.
So we approached them about 15 years ago to get a good neighbor agreement in place to just kind of help see if we could do this and work together. That has never been signed by them or shared with any of their employees or anything of that nature. Just last week, we ended up going to a Smile board meeting to kind of talk about the zoning, and the QFC representative showed up, recommitted to the good neighbor agreement, which is a non-binding agreement essentially, and over the last 2 weeks have not been able to be reached, have not contacted us at all, basically showed up to Smile, said that they were interested in this, and then promptly disappeared. After 15 years, I think they've probably had enough time to get it together and get with the neighbors and get to a common ground on this. So we have little faith that other than the current zoning restrictions being enforced, that they will honor use of that parking lot and be a good neighbor. So we want a grocery store in our neighbor. It supports the kind of environment we want to live in. We love our neighbors in our neighborhood, and we like to spend thank you.
Hello, my name is Eli Spivak. I was part of the group that you spoke before in the Cully area, but I'll speak my own comments right now. I have two questions to frame my comments on. One is, when was the last time you saw a 1,200 square foot house built in a Portland neighborhood? It almost never happens anymore. And average home sizes are twice that right now. Nearly 1/3 of households are single person households. I'm hopeful that the comp plan will have some language in there to encourage good housing options with smaller households in our single family neighborhoods and good family housing options in the multifamily zones. David spoke more on that topic earlier, and I've submitted testimony on specific things that could happen, so I won't talk more about that now. The other item I wanted to talk about is our parks. We love our parks in Portland, so why do we let so few people live next to them? I served on the policy expert group a couple years ago, and there was, we presented the idea that maybe you should increase density just on the properties around the perimeters of parks, which are so often single-family zoned homes, not natural area parks, just neighborhood parks. And that went to staff. Staff did some cogitation on it, and it never showed up on the map. There's good language in the text of the plan, but on the map, nothing happened. So I would encourage you to take a look if you like that idea, and I think it's a pretty compelling one if we want people to live near our parks, have smaller homes there where we have some equity issues addressed, and people don't need big yards if we're right across the street from a great Portland park. We could zone those areas, and it needs to happen if it's going to happen through the comp plan process. I mean, this is not a big sexy issue. It's not the sort of thing that's going to galvanize the city at some point in the next 30 years before the next comp plan happens to do a zoning overlay. So I encourage you to tackle it now. And I'll just mention a few parks in Northeast Portland that this is an issue. I looked at the maps, and these parks have 70 to 100% encircled by single-family homes. Grant Park, Knott Park, Wilshire Park, King School Park, Alberta Park, Fernhill Park, Irving Park, Woodlawn Park. That's the areas that I know the best, but it's probably all over the city. And not only are those parks almost entirely circled by single-family homes, they're all extremely well served by transit. I mean, they all have major bus rides going right by them. So if anything, when Portland invests in light rail systems or urban renewal areas, we routinely relook at zoning around those areas to see whether we should jigger it, you know? With parks, we don't do that, and so we're left with these parks that really could serve more people if we just change the zoning a little bit. And I'm thinking about just like R2, low-level multifamily zoning, maybe occasionally R1. So I encourage you to take a look at that issue, and staff has already done some work on it. I recognize that this means more zoning changes for folks, and maybe more comments from people in the field. It's not the sort of thing to throw yourself over a sword on if some neighbors oppose it vehemently, but I think there's a lot of places where we can make a good change, and this is really the only time in the next 20, 30 years we have a chance to do it, because there won't be a political moment to make this happen other than the comp plan. Thank you.
Quick question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, have you chatted with Portland Parks and Recreation out of curiosity to see what their reaction is?
Not yet, but I'd love to.
Be a good idea.
Yeah.
David.
Hello, Commissioners. Hello, Commissioners. My name is David Red Thunder. I'm an enrolled member of the Black Hills, South Dakota. I'm an enrolled member at Black Hills in South Dakota. I have lived here for 6 years in the manufactured home community, where I am the North Shore Director. I'm also a member of HILP, where I'm at large, and I am the West Hayden Island Chairman, recognized by High Noon. All your public hearings have revealed interesting facts about industrial development on West Hayden Island. Discussions of tribal interests were never made public. These remaining shorelines are vital to the recovery of the salmon. A tremendous amount of Portland Harbor contaminants have been placed on West Hayden Island as a foundation for a terminal. This uncapped placement of spoils has become a storage issue. DEQ ensures that the contaminants concentrations are below the levels of concern. The Yakima Nation River Spoils Coordinator recognizes this placement as fugitive dust. Most all agencies in Oregon recognize West Hayden Island as owned property. The port's environmentalists need to discuss a long-term plan to sustain the eagle, the western meadowlark, and the beaver, the symbols that creatures. These are symbol creatures that have always inhabited the mouth of the Columbia. Below the vegetation line has become infested with dog walkers, homeless camps, garbage, and fires. The port's idea of this dog path that legally allows people to cut through their property to the shoreline has already greatly affected the many deer. The homeless have a 30-day stay period now, and they carry many dogs. This also disturbs the deer. I'd like to mention about a fallen tree on the shoreline brings aquatic organisms, the beginnings of the chain of life that still exist here on Hayden Island. 4 out of 5 animals that are sacred to the Sioux lives in this 800 acres. The port should be recognized for the way they left Government Island. For their idea for a terminal would destroy Hayden Island without a bridge on West Hayden Island. And with that bridge, how will the plan work out for the irreplaceable habitat for all the creatures on it? Please take West Hayden Island off this long-term plan. Already I've had many altercations with the police about gun firing, motorcycle riding, and the only biologist I really have a good conversation with is the PGE biologist, who is Christy Boken. But I have to go through the corporate security to discuss things with her, which is, it needs to be, these dogs that pound out of bounds are threatening these western meadowlark, which 6 states recognize as their bird. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question, but I think it's more to staff. You know, we had testimony from Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, Yakama Nation, Grand Ronde, Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde during the whole the conversation about West Hayden Island. And to my knowledge, I haven't seen any follow-up regarding the comp plan. I'm curious, the city staff said they would keep in touch with the tribes, and I'm wondering if there has been an ongoing effort to solicit input on the comp plan from the tribes. That's for staff. Sorry.
I would have to check with Eric about that.
Anyway, I definitely would like us to follow up and make sure that ongoing communication has occurred.
Thank you.
We promised.
Tim Helzer, Alistair Roxborough, Rob Johns.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tim Helzer, and I'm a resident of Hayden Island. Your public hearings last year revealed the facts on the ground about marine industrial development of West Hayden Island. And in the end, you got it right. The key facts are these. First, the Port of Portland withdrew its industrial development proposal because your mitigation requirements made the estimated cost of their plans uncompetitive in this marine services market. But the port's actual costs, based on calculations of the port's own financial offices reported to this commission, would have made those as-built costs approximately 4 times higher than other estimates they claimed at the time of their proposal withdrawal. The port's real costs show that West Hayden Island industrial site is neither economically feasible or sustainable. Estimated revenues may never pay off its construction bond indebtedness even after 40 years, and it will not produce the many long-term family wage jobs the port has promised over and over again. The takeaway to this first point is West Hayden Island will fail as an industrial site and destroy wildlife habitat. Point number 2, the Planning and Sustainability Commission testimony showed an I-5 Columbia River replacement bridge is absolutely essential for the industrial development of West Hayden Island. But the previous ill-conceived CRC plans, its massive fiscal waste and mismanagement, and weak political skill and little public will led to that plan's defeat this year. However, should West Hayden Island become a marine industrial development site without a new bridge, according to ODOT and PBOT, its traffic will choke Hayden Island and I-5 with hundreds of additional diesel rigs and thousands of autos day and night, snaking their way through the island's slowly recovering retail and residential areas. The takeaway here is West Hayden Island industrial site traffic will kill business. last point, and I'll make this short. There is a serious health issue should West Hayden Island be developed as an industrial site. Our own Multnomah County Health Department has shown that the impacts on the residents nearby will be 65 times greater than the healthy limit of air in that area. Thank you.
Oh, hello. Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? My name's Alistair Roxburgh. I'm a Hayden Island resident. I come to talk about Hayden Island tonight. Islands are different. Friends here, I moved to Hayden Island and say, that's great, but how do you deal with the poor access? They also say they tend to avoid Hayden Island for that reason. Transferring ordinary thinking and ideas to an island situation is fraught with pitfalls. Hayden Island should not be thought of as an extra piece of land for Portland. It is not just land, it is island land, which is very different. Yet, past planning has simply added the acreage to Portland's land and zoned it as if it were just another piece of landlocked urban landscape. Industrial development on West Hayden Island has a triple whammy of poor road access, poor internal connectivity, and by modern standards, poor ocean access. Islands, even populated ones, are not your average suburb. Hayden Island is not Kenton, despite its proximity. Kenton's population of 7,300 people occupies a grid of 200 city blocks, connected to surroundings by at least 4 major roads and 50 minor roads. Hayden Island, on the other hand, has a population of 2,800, about half of that, of Kenton, but only one road connects it to the mainland. Internally, its elongated shape reduces interconnectivity, and half of the population has to travel a single 2-lane road, North Tomahawk Drive, at the narrowest part of the island, where little improvement can be contemplated. Yes, it's true that there are relatively large amounts of land on East Hayden Island that are vacant, but as the island dwellers know, there are good reasons for leaving it that way. Current city zoning for Hayden Island supports high-rise housing developments, which would double the population on the east end of the island and will seriously tip the island's precarious balance of population density versus road access and connectivity. The zoning needs to be changed to prevent any further such developments past the 375-unit luxury apartments that are just completed. One consequence of not doing this is the addition of hours of travel time each day for many Hayden Island residents. In the calculation there, I just pulled some numbers out of the air, 375 cars for that development at 10 seconds each. That's about twice a day. That's an extra hour or two every day for every person on the end of the island. The same goes for West Hayden Island, where 826 acres of publicly owned wild habitat beckon. However, developers need to avert their eyes because any industrial development there would tip Hayden Island's delicate balance past the point of return for the island residents, the island businesses, and for the unique. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rob Johns. I am the chair of the Benson Polytechnic High School Alumni Association. I am here to testify on the city's economic development policy and the importance of this policy to Portland's youth. You've heard this evening from such Ian McShane, Mr. Mendoza, and another gentleman from the Carpenters Union. The economic development policy of your draft comprehensive plan states an intent to expand economic opportunity and improve economic equity for Portland's growing population through sustained business growth. Business growth, and as stated in the document, a healthy economy supports the creation of living wage jobs. Livability is not just parks and nature. It's also work and wages and the self-respect and the growth that comes from that in a state that is very dependent upon payroll taxes from the private sector. The private sector, supported by industrial lands, can continue to grow that wage base and provide opportunity for graduates of career technical education programs, which do not require a full 2-year or 4-year education. And approximately 2/3 of our population is not 4-year college educated. So when you think about the majority, what are we doing for the majority? So when you think of industrial lands and the protection and the development of those with sound policies, that should be something to support the emphasis in policy 6.27 in improving the access to self-sufficient wage levels and career ladders through the development and expansion of industrial lands in a careful and thoughtful way. Thank you.
Andre? What's the student population at Benson these days?
The current population, sir, is 900.
Oh, okay.
We had an increase of about 35 thanks to PPS's managed increase in enrollment.
Great, that's a good number. Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you. Harold Hutchins, Ellen Wax, and Susie. Harold, do you want to get started?
You bet. It's Harold Hutchinson. Good evening. My name is Harold Hutchinson. I own and operate a small business, HH Click Photography, and my primary activity is industrial and marine photography. And many of my clients are located in the Portland Harbor area. And I'm here to make the important point that many small businesses in Portland depend on the large businesses, particularly those in the harbor, for their livelihood. And I am just one example of that. And I want to point out that I, in turn, depend on and support other local small businesses. I may be just one small business, but I regularly purchase goods and services. There appears to be a disconnect in the public's understanding about the contributions of large businesses to the economic welfare of small businesses, not to mention the local economy. One of the draft comprehensive plan goals states is to encourage the growth of business districts that support productive and creative synergies among local businesses. We need written policy to provide industrial land that encourages industrial business retention, growth, and trade sector competitiveness, and to protect industrial land to encourage the growth of industrial activities. The industries of the Portland Harbor make significant contributions to the welfare of Portland with living wage employment and deserves to be supported and encouraged. And where these goals and policies contribute, I ask that you give weight to the policies of the draft plan's economic development chapter in your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ellen Wax with the Working Waterfront Coalition. I'd like to share with you a couple items I learned at a presentation of survey results from the DHM Research, a local opinion research firm. These results came from various recent polls of Portland citizens. What was stated based on survey results is that there is a local public love affair with job training and economic development. There is huge support for both. Also said at the presentation is that citizens believe that government plays an important role in job training and economic development. This cuts across income levels, geographic areas, and political parties. Portlanders also show huge support for community colleges and see a direct link to job training and workforce. Lastly, I learned that there is a large support for local small businesses. To this end, I'd like to speak to the strong linkage between large local businesses and small and medium-sized businesses. Many of the small and mid-sized firms serve as vendors and suppliers to the larger companies. Marine industrial firms spend in local markets procuring the professional services from planning and architecture, law, engineering, and services of skilled trades such as electricians, welders, carpenters, and from suppliers of advanced manufacturing plant equipment, transportation, energy, and utility companies. Because of this wide array of activities, these marine industrial companies are linked to the health of the local and regional economy. For example, for just 5 harbor businesses alone, 50% of their spending is in the local and regional area. In 2012, these 5 companies spent more than 40%, $279 million, in just the local economy. These 5 marine industrial firms purchase goods and services from 288 local employers. I'd like to point out that many of these large companies, like Gunderson, started as a small local company. I am submitting for your review a copy of an August 2013 report titled Economic Linkages from Marine Industrial Businesses. This report shows how marine industrial businesses are vital to the local economy. Big businesses fuel small businesses. Because of this linkage, the importance of harbor businesses to the overall welfare of the local economy It is critical to consider in this comprehensive plan. Allow these businesses to exist, to thrive, to grow, and without new regulatory layers. We need to do what we can to support these companies. The importance of job diversity, middle-income jobs, and economic development to Portland citizens may be obvious, especially when considering that every political candidate and their political commercial right now make the issue front and center. And that is what I'm asking you to do as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susie Lassen. I'm Senior Manager of Transportation and Land Use Policy for the Port of Portland. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight to talk about the Portland Comprehensive Plan. As you deliberate on the policy language in the comp plan and ultimately the related implementation documents, please pay special attention to the ease in which the harbor businesses can retain and grow their own businesses, and the ease of which brownfields in the harbor can be developed for productive use. There are several reasons for this request. Today, the Portland Harbor plays an important economic role not just for the city, but for the state. 18,000 men and women get up and go to work on the waterfront every day of the week and earn middle-income jobs with benefits. The businesses that they work for generate about $1.4 billion in payroll for these individuals and $1.5 billion in business revenue that, as Ellen indicated, actually is paid back to small business through procurement opportunities. The harbor businesses also are capital intensive. I handed out a PowerPoint presentation that luckily I'm not going through tonight, but if you would turn to page 7, you will see you will see that the capital investment has a direct impact on property value, and due to our taxing structure, not only in the state but also locally, that translates into substantial tax benefits to our school districts and local governments. There's an example of the tax benefit of that capital investment on page 7, and as you can see, $100 million in capital investment generates about $6 million for the state and more than $16 million for the city, Portland Public Schools, Multnomah County, and TriMet over 10 years. Annually, that is equivalent to 6 police officers or firefighters, plus 4 Multnomah County sheriffs, plus 6 teachers, Portland teachers, plus 2/3 of Oregon Parks and Recreation budget, plus 1 part-time bus operator for TriMet. Development around the harbor is challenging, to say the least. Policies in the comp plan need to support that kind of development, and in particular, focusing on policies 6.1, 6.3, 6.6, 6.7, 6.15, 6.17, and 16.27. But in particular, they must be reconciled against policies 7.4, 7.11, 7.43, and 7.46. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question. Susie, what's the port's view on what we should do now that the CRC is dead?
We still have an issue in that area, and I think that you will be seeing in the future that we're going to have a real maintenance challenge. So I think the port's view is that we've got to solve the problem somehow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. John Chin, Corliss Anderson, Greg Shafisky, John Chin, no. David Anderson. David Anderson. Greg Shafisky. Oh, you're here. Carlise Anderson. Oh, no. Matt McMillanbeck. Matt here. Nancy Henry. Go ahead.
I'm Greg Shifsky. I'm actually from the other side of the river, but I was informed about the property at 6801 Southeast 60th, which is a 12-acre parcel, and I am in favor of that being zoned open space instead of for development. I have been a long-time landscape contractor, gardener. I have actually worked with Green Thumb people. The Green Thumb program was a Portland Public School program. You had two young gentlemen here tonight that were ready for the workforce. The Green Thumb program also made young people ready for the workforce in nurseries and landscaping, gardening, tree service design, etc. And I benefited by that in a graduate degree out of Portland Community College years ago. I'm in favor of this open space also because of emergency preparedness. It's pretty rare to find a huge 12-acre parcel that's flat and is ready to accommodate a national disaster, which people say we're supposed to have a massive earthquake here or something in who knows when. But that is a space that you could set up the Red Cross trailers, porta potties, helicopters for emergency preparedness. And also that property, I'd love to see the Green Thumb program reinstated in there. Portland schools are in there right now. In addition to master gardeners, the community gardens, the community itself is in there gardening. And if you take a look at what gardening does for people, it instills something in them. And I'm a witness to that because I taught at Columbia River Correctional Institute for almost 4 years. It's the program for producing your own produce organically, started at Coffee Creek, the women's prison in Wilsonville. And I was thoroughly impressed with the young guys that were interested in that program out there at Columbia Correctional. They learned how to grow their own produce, their food, so you don't have to truck it in from somewhere else. They also shared it with the Oregon Food Bank. The Oregon Food Bank was kind enough to bring over teachers for their Seed to Supper program. That was a start, and then the Master Gardeners OSU Extension Service came in and taught the inmates more and more. I was involved in that, and I'm quite proud of that. They really did impress me, the young people, and I really think it's necessary for young people to learn to get outside nature. Mike, I think, may have something behind the scenes to say about that. Good job over at Reed, by the way, Mike. Nice going. I've got other stuff. I could just talk all night on this stuff, but I really think it is important for getting young people today out in nature. And if you take a look, when that program, Green Thumb, closed in about 1990.
Thank you.
Oh.
You made it to 1990.
It's full.
I sliced half my comments, so I'm going to have to read them here. Hello, I'm Nancy Henry. I'm a resident of the Columbia Slough, and I bring deep concern about proposed change number 297. This will rezone the Broadmoor Golf Course and convert a section of the golf course from open space to general industrial 2. This paves the way for construction of new industrial facilities directly on and adjacent to the Buffalo Slough and the Broadmoor Golf Course, 2 areas that the city has designated as special habitat areas. I reference a 2010 City of Portland report that states that the Buffalo Slough garners a CS 14A and B special habitat designation for 2 reasons. It is an active groundwater upwelling area, and it provides wildlife connectivity corridor. Similarly, the Broadmoor Golf Course received a CS 28 special habitat designation because it provides unique migratory stopover habitat and is an area of vital habitat to at-risk bat species. I'd like to pull back the lens for a wider view of this area and reference a Port of Portland 2008 report on the Buffalo Slough. States 82% or 727 acres of this area ranked high for providing riparian and wildlife habitats, 76 resident bird species observed, a wide range of animals make their home there, too many for me to name. I live on the Buffalo Slough, and I will tell you that this area is a recovering treasure within the city. I also know that the city understands and knows this because you've directed many resources toward helping the slough recover from its 50-year history of industrial dumping, groundwater contamination, and other polluting practices. You've studied the slough, you've produced lengthy reports on its importance, you've invested hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars to revegetate and improve its water quality. Given these investments, I'm completely perplexed at this proposed zoning change. Why would you allow construction of new industrial development on designated special habitat areas? The city's report states that the primary source of water flow in Buffalo Slough is groundwater from the south. There are no tributaries to the Buffalo Slough. It is an active groundwater upwelling area. Also from the report, more current contamination of the Buffalo Slough is the result of used motor oil spills, abandoned drums, and other industrial uses. Pollutants found in the site include, I can't even name them all, a bunch, including cyanide sludge. The report states that chemicals may have been recently introduced into sediments from legacy sources, including upland sources disturbed during construction activities. You are proposing new industrial development on a steep slope directly south of and upland from the Buffalo Slough.
Thank you.
Please connect the dots. Thank you.
Andre, a quick question. This is on the Broadmoor Golf Course,
Yes.
not the Colwood.
This is the Broadmoor Golf Course, a proposed zoning change to industrial from open space.
For a portion of the land that the golf course is on?
Correct. Directly upland, down from Columbia Boulevard to the Buffalo Slough.
Great, thank you.
Hello, my name is Matt Mellenbach. I'm the Vice President of the Selwood Moreland Improvement League. I'm here tonight to present a resolution regarding the comprehensive plan designations of Metro-owned property along the Springwater Corridor. Some 10 to 15 years ago, Metro, using funds from a bond measure for the acquisition of lands for parks, trails, and natural areas, acquired a number of properties in the Selwood neighborhood along part of the route of the Springwater Corridor called the Selwood Gap. Since then, the lands have been primarily used and managed as open space under a management agreement with Portland Parks. The properties are zoned for residential use, and despite the purchase by a public agency over a decade ago, they still retain that zoning and will continue to do so in the proposed comprehensive plan. Nonetheless, most people in the neighborhood consider these lands to be most valuable for the public values for which they were acquired by Metro. Anticipating that these lands would be used for parks and open space, substantial private investments have been made to develop the private lands adjoining these parcels. Additionally, the Neighborhood Association and Portland Parks have expended significant time and energy in the planning for the use and enjoyment of these lands and to enhance their value as a wildlife corridor in a neighborhood setting. In consequence, the Selwood Moreland Improvement League passed a resolution at its board meeting on October 15th as follows. It is resolved by the Board of Directors of the Selwood Moreland Improvement League that the public properties acquired by Metro along the Springwater Corridor in the Selwood neighborhood be designated in the Portland Comprehensive Plan for the purpose for which they were acquired, open space. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight.
Thank you.
Question, go ahead. I don't know, I don't recall seeing anything from either Metro or Portland Parks. Are you aware that they've made a similar request internally within the city?
We are not. We have correspondence from their staff that said that they wanted to keep the designation the way it was as residential.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Gail Hoffengolf, Lisa Joern, Melissa Ard,
My name is Gail Hofnagel. I'm the president of the Selwood Moreland Improvement League, commonly called SMILE. You've had one presenter already that's talked about the parking lot at the QFC located at 6411 Southeast Milwaukee. At our last SMILE board meeting, we listened to both sides of the issue, both QFC
and the neighbors were there, and it became clear to us that the neighbors have tried, but unsuccessfully, to engage QFC in trying to better the parking lot. The neighbors have been complaining that the semi-trucks use the parking lot as a loading dock. You've heard that. Sometimes up to 6 semi-trucks at a time have parked in the parking lot, making it impossible for customers to use the parking lot and creating dangerous traffic conditions. They also have video of this, and it's ugly. Semi-trucks were also parking and unloading next to houses on residential streets, creating noise, congestion, and vibrations that were felt inside the houses. Since last summer, the Bureau of Development Services started enforcing existing rules for R5 non-conforming use of the parking lot, and that action has greatly improved the residents' quality of life. There are no deliveries between the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. The deliveries appear to have become more scheduled to avoid multiple trucks in the parking lot at one time, and the neighbors are worried that if the zoning change occurs, they will have no leverage to ensure that QFC lives up to its commitment to continue the steps that have improved the lives of neighbors. For that reason, the Board of Directors of SMILE passed a resolution to oppose the proposed comp plan designation change to the QFC parking lot from high-density single-dwelling R5 to mixed-use neighborhood. This will give the neighborhood leverage to continue to enforce regulations which limit the impact of this commercial use in a residential zone. I have one more issue, and this is separate from the first one. After reviewing the comp plan, the Board of SMILE is concerned with the lack of acknowledgement given to neighborhood associations for the role they play in giving ordinary citizens a voice in determining the future of their neighborhoods. We understand that there are parts of the population in the city that are underserved, and they too deserve a voice in the discussion of issues throughout the comp plan and affecting their lives. In that sense, the term community, as used throughout the comp plan, is a needed addition to ensure all points of view are heard. At the same time, Portland is identifiable by its geographic neighborhoods. Because of the unique structure of Portland city government, neighborhood associations have long been the forum neighbors can use to influence issues and solve problems that are unique to their part of the city. Neighborhood associations are critical for the betterment of their neighborhoods, playing a crucial role in balancing progress.
Thank you. I'm Lisa Jareen, testifying in capacity for Rhododendron House, who owns the building at 2165 Southwest Main Street. The testimony I'm to provide is to express full support for the proposed zone change from residential 5000 R5 to office commercial 1 CO1 along Main Street, Southwest Main Street between King Avenue and St. Clair Avenue. Rhododendron House has owned the building known as the Rhododendron House at 2165 Southwest Main since 1985. For decades, this office building has been utilized by a variety of professionals such as certified public accountants, investment advisors, consultants, medical professionals, and lawyers. The building has been used as an office since prior to 1985 and has become a part of the community and a function of the neighborhood. The proposed changes to zoning would result in no physical change to the character to the current use and provides for the efficient use of the building. The building and its tenants have a low impact on the neighborhood. On-site parking provides for a majority of the tenants' needs. Their nearby residents have even been known to use our office parking outside of normal business hours. While the impact is low, the tenants provide professional family wage jobs and services available to the local neighborhood and residents. These professionals in turn seek other services in the community, helping make it a vibrant and sustainable. The zone change would be positive for Rhododendron House by providing clarity on the building's continued viability. Please approve the zone change from residential 5000 R5 to office commercial 1 CO1 along Southwest Main Street between King Avenue and St. Clair. We are looking forward to 2 decades more of providing jobs and services as part of a complete neighborhood.
Thank you. Did you have a question? Okay.
My name is Melissa Ard. I'm with Simpson & Company, and I too am here to express full support
for the proposed comprehensive plan designation change from high-density single dwelling to mixed-use dispersed along Southwest Main Street between St. Clair and King Avenues. Our firm, Simpson & Company, is a professional accounting firm that served the Portland area since its inception. It's been an integral part of the neighborhood since 1979, and we're renting office space at the Rhododendron House at 2165 Southwest Main Street. Over the years, we have had numerous clients from the neighborhood who, a lot of them are elderly and no longer drive and appreciate the fact that they could just walk to their accountants. Our firm is made up of 5 professionals, all of which earn a family wage. Our firm has no retail component. We have relatively few visitors, and with the advent of the internet, our interaction between clients and staff has become increasingly virtual. So traffic and parking demands from our clients have been very minimal. Also, since we maintain standard business hours, we do not compete with residential parking or with that of the Providence Park Stadium during their events. We have been an integral part of the neighborhood by providing tax, accounting, and notary services to the residents. The proposed changes in the comprehensive plan would result in no physical change to the current use, and when approved, the designation will be good for our business by removing the uncertainty of our being able to remain in the neighborhood, allowing us to better plan how to meet our firm's future needs. Please approve the comprehensive plan designation change from high-density single dwelling to mixed-use dispersed along Southwest Main Street between King and St. Clair Avenues. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Stahl, Joe Vandeveer, Ellen Delatorre,
I'm Joe Vanderveer, and I'm the current chair of the Commission on Disability for the city. The Commission on Disability is part of the Office of Equity and Human Rights, advises council and bureaus on issues of equity for people with disabilities. Our commission was involved in the equity parts of the Portland Plan, and we have been involved. Thank you.
Now you're on.
No, that's all right. And we have been involved in the drafting of the comprehensive plan thus far as well. While we are pleased that disability equity has been incorporated into both of these documents, I'm here today to encourage you to further weave equity for people with disabilities into the comprehensive plan, as this document is intended to guide development over the next 20 years and thus will impact in a very real sense the opportunities available for Portlanders with disabilities. Our commission has submitted written testimony to this hearing, outlining numerous areas where additional attention to equity for people with disabilities and older adults can be inserted into the comp plan document. Since 2 of my colleagues from the Commission on Disability are also here to be testifying, are also going to be testifying here today, these 2, I will leave it to them to elaborate on our suggestions for additional language for this document. In general, however, our commission asks that the PSC and staff take full advantage of this opportunity. The comp plan presents to ensure that the infrastructure needs for people with disabilities, particularly the accessibility of housing, transportation, and pedestrian infrastructure, are well positioned to adequately guide the city's development going forward. Wherever possible, we would like to see the plan call for the utilization of universal design principles in infrastructure development, as well as highlight the critical need for increasing our supply of accessible housing options for people with physical disabilities and safe, usable pedestrian infrastructure. The Commission on Disability and our Accessibility in the Built Environment Subcommittee look forward to continuing our involvement in this work as the comprehensive plan is implemented as part of our ongoing efforts toward equity for people with disabilities.
My name is Suzanne Stahl. I'm I'm here today to represent the Portland Commission on Disability and the Accessibility in the Built Environment Subcommittee. PCOD and ABE have served the City of Portland since 2009 through the Portland Plan process and the Comprehensive Plan revision. I would like to remind the Planning and Sustainability Commission of testimony that the disabled community provided during the final round of comments for the Portland Plan. Advocates from the disability community offered testimony on how, after tremendous written and public comments, the draft of the Portland Plan remained void of language pertaining to people with a range of disabilities. One by one, as advocates provided testimony, others placed a brown paper sack over their heads to express that we remained an invisible community. Today, we would like to applaud the Commission and the City for calling a special meeting with our community that led to the public language for Portland is a place for all generations in the Portland Plan. That insert detailed 10 actions that would help make Portland a more physically accessible and age-friendly city that were intended to be implemented in the revision of the city's comprehensive plan. I would like to highlight 4 disability-related strategies that should continue to be considered in order to further the quality of life and well-being of Portland's disability community, as well as that for all of Portland citizens. 1, a framework for equity. The disability community of Portland has been and should continue to be understood from an equity perspective. 2, thriving educated youth. Access to educational instruction infrastructure and programs should be done in a manner that incorporates universal design principles and address the spectrum of disabilities, including those that are physical, cognitive, mental, sensory, emotional, and developmental. 3, economic prosperity and affordability. The disability community must be provided quality housing, transportation services, and employment, and should be considered assets to the community. 4, healthy connected city. A healthy connected city is increasingly important to the disability community, and Portland must foster engagement, interdependence, respect, and social inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well then, my name is Alan Delatorre. I'm on the research faculty at Portland State University's Institute on Aging, and I'm a member of the Portland Commission on Disability as well. I'd like to first say that the Institute on Aging and the Age-Friendly Portland Advisory Council has reviewed the draft comprehensive plan, and we feel that both the Planning and Sustainability Commission and the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability has been successful in utilizing an age-friendly lens in this current iteration of the plan. However, I want to reiterate, as we've said before, that our window of opportunity for preparing for the rapid and unprecedented aging of our population is closing, and that this comprehensive plan is the last opportunity that you have in a comprehensive plan to address this issue. So the Council and the Institute on Aging suggest that the advances that have been made are not forgotten, and that additional efforts are made to get a just, vibrant, and sustainable community for all ages and abilities are furthered. We urge that BPS, PSC, and City Council embrace the Age-Friendly Portland initiative in an attempt to make Portland a model community in our state, nation, and internationally. We fully expect to participate in the implementation processes that follow the comprehensive plan's adoption. And I'd like to actually touch on a couple of critical recommendations that we have submitted in writing, but we know that we can't cover them all here in a short testimony. So first, additional analysis is needed in regard to household changes and trends that are occurring. So the background analyses that were done in regard to additional household growth in the region have been void of the age-specific analysis that's needed. In particular, we know that of the, I think there are 130,000 new households that will be added from about 2015 to 2030. I might be getting those date ranges a little bit wrong. 44.7% of all of those households will be of the new households that are added to the region will have a head of household age 65 and older, close to half of all of those new households. From 2015 to 2025, cohorts age 70 to 74, and 75 to 79 will have the highest rates of growth compared to all other cohorts. And those from 2025 to 2035, the cohorts age 80 plus will have a higher rate of growth than any other cohort except for the 40 to 44 cohort. We also need to understand that those age 70 and older start to see more incidence of disabilities and actually have problems leaving their homes. So the biggest growth that we see in our new households that we're adding to the region are vulnerable, and we need to specifically address those. One of the top priorities that we mention in our comments is that somewhere within the comprehensive plan, a mention of the Age-Friendly Portland Action Plan or Portland's efforts to become age-friendly need to be made explicit within that document. I do want to highlight that. Thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Just those comments are in your.
Yes, we've given detailed comments. Absolutely.
Good.
Good. Yeah, thank you very much.
Great testimony.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming out. Joe, you look good without the bag. Through there. A lot better.
Martin Slapkus, Jessica Richmond, Vicky Skyra. Martin, you want to get started?
Chairman Vaughn, Commission members, the following suggestions, there's just a few from High Noon regarding the comp plan. Chapter 3, Urban Form, describes Portland as having 5 distinct pattern areas. They are rivers, central city, inner neighborhoods, western neighborhoods, and eastern neighborhoods. What is ignored but should be added is that to the list of pattern areas is an additional pattern area entitled Island Neighborhoods, of which Hayden Island is one. Hayden Island shares the vision for 2035, and it's articulated in our current out-of-the-date Hayden Island Plan and the High Noon Sustainability Program Resolution of 2012. Hayden Island has a unique physical, social, cultural, and environmental quality that differentiate us and create a sense of place. In order to maintain and enhance the positive qualities and sense of place in an island neighborhood, policies and regulations that respond to Hayden Island's unique natural assets are necessary. That being said, in addition, with propane, oil, natural gas, and coal being proposed on, over, around, and maybe even under Hayden Island, either by rail, barge, and pipeline, a man-made disaster, in addition to natural disaster potential, should be a section added to the comprehensive plan for the suggested island neighborhoods. A disaster emergency control evacuation plan should be included in the plan. 2,700 folks live, work, and play, and I don't know how many visitors on, for an example, a weekend might be there on the island with limited entrances and exits, and there are no medical facilities. Yet there seems to be an ever-increasing interest in developing the island's industrial potential. With all these proposals, what other plans should Hayden Island experience such an associated disaster? What are the islanders' disaster emergency control evacuation options? And what section of the comp plan deals with these island issues? These issues affect the health and welfare and safety of all of Hayden Island and, frankly, of any island residents, business, and visitors. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jessica Richmond. I'd like to talk about the administration and implementation chapter. As some of you know, I retired last year as a senior planner after nearly 30 years with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability and a total of 40 years of experience as a professional planner. My particular expertise is implementation. I realize that today we're talking about the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, but it's important to consider how or if those goals and policies can be implemented or why bother adopting them. Chapter 10 uses similar language for amendments to a number of elements of the comp plan, and I will focus on the approval criteria for amending the zoning code that begin on page 10-6. I ask you how you would say these criteria were not met or were met, and what work would have to be done to document or show that they were met. The biggest, oh boy, one for me is the second bullet. Demonstrate that reasonable consideration was given to the guiding principles outlined in Chapter 1. What's reasonable consideration? That I thought really hard about it on the bus on the way to work, or that I did a study? When I worked on the recent food code project, which you reviewed, I have no idea how we would have documented some of those things. Our goal was to increase access to healthful, affordable food for all, and we believe that we did that. But I can't even imagine what kind of information we would have had to gather or where we would find it to show that we considered, for example, this is one of the principles, whether that proposal would reduce existing disparities, minimize burdens, extend benefits, and improve socioeconomic opportunities for underserved and underrepresented populations. We believe the project would do that, and already is, but how would we demonstrate that or show it? Or if someone claims that we didn't adequately consider it, how would they show that? This is the case with each of those guiding principles. Another approval criterion, the amendment promotes good planning. How much agreement is there on this panel as to what constitutes good planning?
What's the planning we do?
And how would we say that a project was or wasn't good planning? And again, what evidence? Thank you.
So you've turned in those comments?
I haven't, but I was going to write a letter requesting that staff do a beta test with both quasi-judicial and legislative projects of these criteria to see how they might work using some recent projects.
So you're going to send it to the commission, though?
I will, yes.
Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vicki Scria, and I'm currently a citizen member of the Mixed Use Zones Planning the Policy Advisory Committee, and through that process I've learned how complex and challenging your job is. So I really appreciate what you have to go through and what all the city staff have to go through. Today I'd like to talk about two of my concerns. One is that there should be more incentives for affordable housing, and another is that historic preservation seems to be weakened in the proposed planning or comp plan language compared to the current comp plan language. And in terms of affordable housing, there's just the one point I want to make is that while there's been a lot of mention about mandatory inclusionary zoning for affordable housing being not possible under the law, under Oregon's law right now, there's a lot of ways that you can encourage voluntary density bonuses or things that you can put into place to really help promote affordable housing and make sure that it gets placed throughout the city in sort of an integrated way. So I really encourage you to look at those things, and I hope to get some ideas in writing to you in the future. On the historic preservation item, there's a proposal to demolish a contributing historic building in my neighborhood, which includes the historic Alphabet District in Northwest Portland. And so I paid especially close attention to what was in the proposed language and compared it to the current language. And especially with regard to demolition, where in the proposed new language, it seems to really weaken the preservation of historic properties. So for example, the language says protect significant historic structures from demolition until opportunities can be provided for public comment. It almost sounds like protect it until we can tear it down. And so I think that really needs a good looking at. and I really challenge you to compare what was in the what it was in the plan to what is being proposed, and also look at the verbs, which seem to be really weakened. And there's also qualifiers that make it seem like you have to be super duper statewide historically significant in order to be considered historic. And I think personally that our history is really important, and the more that we can do to preserve the preservation areas that we currently have, I think, you know, we will all appreciate that for many generations to come.
Andre?
Yeah.
Is your mixed-use committee still meeting, or are you done with your process?
No, we're going to meet through, I think, the beginning of next year, which was one of the reasons the comment period got extended.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, quick comment. I really appreciate your comment about the verbs and about uncertainty about how you interpret things, such as consider, think about, encourage. So appreciate your testimony, and I think it's one of our big challenges in the comp plan. It certainly was in the West Quad plan, trying to get more active verbs that give you more direction in terms of what was actually going to happen.
But we don't want to make it worse.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. David Messenher, Brad Mellaw, Patrick Burke. Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm David Messenheimer. I'm actually the land use chair and a board member in the Brentwood-Darlington Neighborhood Association. Myself and the next three speakers are going to be talking to you about the Green Thumb garden space at 6801 Southeast 60th Avenue. I know a lot of you probably haven't been down in our neck of the woods, so that's adjacent to Brentwood Park, if that helps at all. So on September 4th, the Brentwood-Darlington Neighborhood Association unanimously voted in favor of strongly encouraging the Planning and Sustainability Commission to redesignate and rezone the 12.8-acre urban agriculture and education site known as Green Thumb from low-density multifamily residential R2A to a designation that reflects its current use, which is open space. This change is not on the proposed comp plan, but we are urging you to add it to the comp plan. The Green Thumb site's a unique urban agriculture and educational garden facility that is managed by 4 partners: Oregon State's Extension Services Community and Urban Horticulture Program, Portland State's Leadership for Sustainability Education Program, Portland Public Schools, and Portland Parks and Rec. For decades, this site has served an important learning laboratory for Lane Middle School students, PSU students, OSU Master Gardener volunteers, and beginning urban farmer apprenticeship students, community transition school students, Sun Program participants, the Portland Fruit Tree Project, community gardeners, a farmer in residence, local residents, and more. So it's a pretty long list, as you can see. Given the size and the scope of the services offered, many of the community members believe there's no other place like Green Thumb site in the Portland metro area. As a historically underserved East Portland neighborhood, Brentwood-Darlington has long fought to protect, preserve, and invest in this deeply valued community asset. The site is referenced as a community resource in our adopted 1996 neighborhood plan. In the early 2000s, the Neighborhood Association organized and intervened in the potential residential development of the site, successfully advocating for Portland Public Schools to sell a portion to the city of Portland. As recently as last year, the Neighborhood Association has invested a significant portion of our savings in the development of a new project that seeks to increase civic engagement, promote social entrepreneurship, and provide affordable and nutritious organic produce to a neighborhood that faces significant food access challenges. You'll hear about it with the next speaker. Regarding the current zoning of the site, we do not want to see orchards, bird and pollinator habitat, community gardens, greenhouses, the fields of a market garden, and other community gathering spaces demolished and turned into several hundred townhomes or apartments that we did not have the infrastructure and amenities to support. This is demonstrated by the city's current recommendation to downzone significant portions of our own neighborhood, which our neighborhood association is in support of. Rather, in our community's vision of 2035, the Green Thumb site remains a thriving place where each year hundreds of school-aged children, neighborhood families, university students, and other residents from around the city can access organic produce, build community, enhance their leaderships, and learn about science, agriculture, and sustainability. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, a clarifying question on the Green Thumb. Who owns that land?
Who owns that land? As far as I know, it's Portland Public Schools and Portland Park.
So it's in public ownership?
Right now.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, my name is Brad Mallah, and I work at the Learning Gardens Laboratory, which is hosted at the Green Thumb site at 6801 Southeast 60th Avenue. I work there through my status as a graduate student in Portland State's Leadership for Sustainability Education Program. and I've worked there for 1 year. And in that time, I've come to love this place for what it is and what it can be. Because of the direct positive impact I've been able to observe in the community, I'm asking that this site in question be rezoned from high-density residential, R2A, to open space. I would like to share some of my personal experiences that exemplify the community that's being cultivated and grown through the Learning Garden Lab's involvement in this site. In addition to coordinating a family-based garden education program, I've had the pleasure of facilitating the development of the Brentwood-Darlington Community Farm Stand throughout its inaugural year. The farm stand has been a truly collaborative effort between the Brentwood-Darlington Neighborhood Association, community members, Learning Gardens staff, PSU capstone graduate, and PSU undergraduate capstone students. Through the farm stand initiative and our food donation program, we've been able to bring over 1,000 pounds of fresh, organically grown produce to the direct and surrounding community in just 3 months this summer. In an area of Portland where access to this type of produce is limited, an expressed niche is being filled. In the coming months, we'll be working closely with the Neighborhood Association and community members to develop a semi-permanent farm stand structure that will act as a hub for food access and placemaking. Working the farm stand each week this past season, I was privileged to be able to connect with community elders who frequented the stand, and I can say with confidence that these community members, some of whom have lived in this neighborhood for over 50 years, are thrilled to see this site as an active, engaging, and productive community agricultural hub. They remember the days when this site was a dairy farm, and it brings them joy to taste the food growing from the land. The Learning Gardens Lab is also located diagonally across the street from Lane Middle School, which has been a partner for years. Most of the neighborhood students come to the Learning Gardens as part of their 6th grade curriculum and work with our graduate student garden educators. Such a lush, well-supported, and expertly staffed learning garden is a real rarity in this country. As the school garden movement gains momentum, the Learning Garden serves as an exemplary and unique model. Research by PSU's Educational Psychology Department carried out at the Learning Gardens has shown direct links between motivation and engagement in the garden and increased academic achievement. Continued engagement with the Learning Gardens is an extreme asset to Lane Middle School and the community, and the Lane Middle School is designated a focus school, so low performing academically. This site being zoned as high-density residential threatens the long-term viability of such a positive impact site. And I think the loss of this site would be a loss to the community. That's why we're asking it to be rezoned to open space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Burke, and I'm on the Brentwood Darlington board, and I have 4 points for why R2 zoning is inappropriate at Green Thumb. Number 1, Brentwood Darlington has our fair share of R2 zones, more than many other nearby areas like Woodstock, Eastmoreland, and Mount Scott. But even so, we have less mass transit access and more unpaved roads than those other neighborhoods. The Willamette Week in 2011 said we had the 2nd most amount of unpaved roads in Portland. Number 2, the Green Thumb location itself, even with vastly improved transit service in the future, is among the least ideal spots for density in Brentwood Darlington. It is the furthest spot in the neighborhood from both local MAX lines. It is the furthest point from high-frequency transit lines 75 and 72. It is the lower frequency lines 19 and 71 do not run through the zone. I am pro-density, I am pro-transit, but this is not the spot. It is a haphazardly chosen location for density. Number 3, equity. Schools east of 57th are high poverty. They need the learning labs for engagement and for science education. Also, families need access to cheap organic produce for poorer children. This spot is in walking distance from the eastern portion of our neighborhood, which is a landing zone for those displaced from North Portland. Any development in this area will likely extend eastward the gentrification effect that we are seeing in the western part of the neighborhood near the New Seasons on Woodstock, hurting the poor and their access to cheap organic produce. 4, history. Green Thumb has historically been an urban farming and learning sanctuary since the 1970s. It is our most special space in a neighborhood that lacks a focal point. This space brings this together a diverse neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question for the three of you, maybe. I'm in favor of this, and I'm familiar with the facilities for starters. But you mentioned that Portland Public Schools is the underlying landowner. Is this something that the school district would be in favor of, this zone change to open space? Can you guys respond on that?
Yes, it's jointly owned by Portland Parks and Rec and Portland Public Schools, and they're both in favor, and I think our next speaker will speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jacob Sherman. Bob Bernstein and Lisa Lucas. Lisa Lucas. Oh. Richard Johnson. Go ahead and get started.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. My name is Jacob Sherman. I'm batting cleanup, apparently, and I'm the chair of the Neighborhood Association, the Brentwood-Darlington Neighborhood Association. I'm also a very proud fifth-generation Portlander and have lived in the Brentwood-Darlington neighborhood since 2010. To begin, I think I'd like to start by thanking you all for coming out to Southeast to take testimony this evening. To reiterate, we would really like to encourage the Planning and Sustainability Commission to redesignate and rezone the Green Thumb site from R2A to open space as part of the updates to the city's draft comprehensive plan. As mentioned previously, Green Thumb is a very important community gathering space. Annual events like the neighborhood cleanup, an Earth Day celebration, a harvest festival, plant sales, and much more are held here each year. Just last week on our rainy Friday, close to 200 people showed up to participate in the Harvest Festival. So we really hope that you will help us please preserve the Green Thumb site because it's an important site for urban agriculture and sustainability education. Some of my colleagues spoke to the many laundry list of things taking place at the site, so I will spare you from that. I'd also like to add that we want you to help us preserve the Green Thumb site because we also believe it's very important for bird, pollinator, and wildlife habitat. By preserving 12.8 acres of open space, the site's large trees, native plants, and open fields will continue to provide very important ecosystem services like habitat, clean air, and stormwater management. Additionally, many pollinator-friendly plants exist on site, providing critical kind of pesticide-free habitat and forage to pollinators, which, as I'm sure you all know, are increasingly threatened. For these reasons and so many more, the Learning Gardens Lab is a vital asset to our historically underserved neighborhood. As mentioned, it was first identified as a community resource in our adopted 1996 plan, our adopted neighborhood plan in 1996, and today, 18 years later, we know it remains just as important to our neighborhood. And we know this because there's a great deal of community support for our effort to urge this body to redesignate and rezone the property to open space. To date, we've acquired letters of support from the Woodstock Neighborhood Association, the Southeast Uplift, which is the coalition that represents 20 neighborhoods in Southeast Portland. We've also received letters of support from Portland State University, Friends of Portland Community Gardens, Naomi's Organic Farm Supply, and Rose Community Development Corporation, which is not only a key stakeholder in our neighborhood, but is also one of Southeast Portland's oldest affordable housing developers. Additionally, I recently learned that the property owners, Portland Public Schools, as well as Portland Parks and Recreation, are amenable to this change to open space. While we are still collecting some letters of support from other organizations, including the property owners, many everyday citizens have also expressed their support. To date, we've been circulating a petition throughout the neighborhood, and we have several hundred signatures from folks who are invested in this site.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Bob Bernstein. You've seen my face before. Maybe you're tired of it. It's the only one I have.
How could we forget?
Excuse me?
How could we forget?
I don't know. I'm not going to say bupkis, though. But I am in favor of Green Thumb. In a prior incarnation, I coordinated juvenile court diversion in North Portland and had young people who went through Green Thumb probably back in the 80s. I'm thinking I was in North Portland from 85 till early 2000s. And I'm going to segue into West Hayden Island, of course, now. The schools in North Portland will be adversely affected by the air pollution. There's been research already done that the schools in North Portland are some of the most polluted environments for schools in the Portland area. And any further development would be deleterious to those kids who go to George, Astor, Kenton, Clarendon, Portsmouth, which I think has now been renamed. I haven't been in North that much lately. I'm happy to hear that they were spawning coho in Crystal Springs. Years ago, I took some community service kids out there and worked on a spawning channel in Crystal Springs. While you were celebrating with people, I was farther up on Johnson Creek doing surveys. and it wasn't quite as pristine. And this past spring, I did some volunteer work doing amphibian spawning surveys, northwestern salamanders, red-legged frogs, stuff like that. And it really showed me how fragmented and polluted a lot of our marshland and wetland areas are. And so when people talk about developing West Hayden Island, and and it almost feels like a fix is in how it keeps resurfacing, and how DEQ allows dredge spoils to be put on it, because after all, it's going to be used for industrial use, even though that hasn't been okayed yet. Shows you what a sham things are. I get concerned about things being more fragmented and more polluted, and I understand that we need jobs, but I do start to feel that it's impossible for Portland to keep growing and for people to use the word sustainable. It just will not work, in my opinion. I've only been here 45 to 46 years. I just don't find it doable. And it is supposed to be the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, not planning and perhaps or maybe mitigation, okay? And like sometimes I feel like planning sort of runs it. So like my concern is, I don't see how you'd ever be able to mitigate West Hayden Island. How are you going to mitigate the best of what's left? It has a herd of deer. Like, what are you going to do? Put one or two on Mount Tabor and call that, a little piecemeal mitigation that counts for 2%, and then you find another 2% here, 2% here. You're going to break apart a diamond of like 20 carats, and everybody gets 1 carat.
Thank you.
And then you're going to say that that's it. I don't buy it.
My name is Richard Johnson, and I'm a homeowner at 1414 Southeast Oak Street. And I'd like to submit a petition that 16 of my neighbors have signed, which you have already. And we're concerned about a zoning change along Southeast Stark Street. The address of the zoning change we're concerned with is 1400 to 1416 and 1401 to 1415 Southeast Stark, which is marked on your map with an X. And
Richard, excuse me, are those the X's that you've shown on
yeah,
this map?
they're across Stark from each other.
Great, thanks.
And there's a red dot in the middle of one of them. And the change is from, it's also proposal 87 and 88 in the comprehensive map app. The change is from existing R1 to CS zoning, and we believe that CS zoning is not an option for this block. The following points enforce our view. 1, R1 density and scale is incompatible with the adjacent R2.5 zoning. Is compatible with the adjacent R2.5 zoning. CS is not. Number 2, the conversion of Washington High School to 80,000 square feet of commercial space combined with the soon-to-be-developed vacant half-city lot of CS zoning between Southeast 13 and Southeast 14th along Oak Street provide an abundance of commercial zoning in the area. Remember, we are only 2 blocks from the East Side Industrial District. Any loss of residential zoning is contrary to the Buckman Neighborhood Plan and the Comprehensive Plan. Point 3, the block on Southeast Stark between Southeast 14th and Southeast 15th is zoned totally residential and has been for over 50 years. In that time, no zoning changes have been requested that I know of. Number 4, Southeast Stark is not considered a main corridor and is actually a mostly residential street. Because of this, it should retain its neighborhood characteristics as outlined in the goals of the comprehensive plan. R1 zoning is much more compatible with these goals. Number 5, limited street parking will come under even more pressure with high density CS zoning, and we still don't know the impacts from Washington High School's conversion. They only have 33 permanent parking spots there. They've rented more, but if the city wants to build the community center there, those will all be taken back probably. And point number 6 is that these non-conforming buildings could be brought into compliance using the historic building code. This has already been done with the historic designation of Washington High School, which is zoned R1. Retaining these historic structures would be within the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, as stated under the Neighborhoods Chapter, Section 3.4, preserve and retain historic structures and areas throughout the city. Please retain the R1 zoning for our neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rona Nimmensawander, hopefully. Pete Collins. Todd Skiles. Cool. Pete Collins. Lisa Lucas. Go ahead and get, Suzanne Lindsay? Susan Lindsay?
She's coming.
Okay. And Kay Dillon? Kay Dillon? Oh, okay. Go ahead and get started.
Okay. My name is Rana Neuchwander. I'm here with my husband, Baba Wage Jakite. He's represented by this letter also. We are homeowners on the block of Southeast 14th and Oak, directly north of the properties on Southeast Stark Street between 14th and 15th Avenues. We are against the proposal to change the zoning on these properties on Stark Street away from its R1 zoning. These properties and their activities have remained compatible as they are zoned. They abut directly to our zoned R2.5 property. Any change in their zoning will affect our neighborhood negatively. As a family living in the Buckman neighborhood for over 25 years, we value the community that has grown with us. Our children went to Buckman School, where we continue to volunteer long after their departure. We know all of our neighbors. We mow each other's lawns, celebrate events together, and even weed the roundabouts together. We have a vital community that is getting overrun and squeezed out. In a one-block radius from these properties, I counted 128 apartments in apartment complexes and big buildings. That does not include rental units in official duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. I think this speaks volumes in regard to the saturation point of transient residents in apartments in a neighborhood before the neighborhood becomes unstable as a community. If you value neighborhood communities, do not change the zoning on the Stark Street block between 14th and 15th Avenues. Retain the R1 zoning on these Stark Street properties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andre, Ron, I'm curious, do the high school students in your neighborhood, do they go to Grant or Cleveland?
Cleveland.
Cleveland, okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susan Lindsay. I'm co-chair of the Buckman Community Association. I'm here to represent the association in support of the neighbors at their request that the properties at 14th and Stark retain their R1 zoning. The original plan, of course, called for Washington High School, which is zoned R1, to remain in R1, and for many years we worked to not only preserve the high school, but to have it be a source of either family housing or workforce housing. That was the plan. When Art DeMiro unfortunately and unexpectedly passed away, his partner Craig Kelly took it on, and the way that Craig Kelly found that he could get the job done was by declaring it a National Historic Structure and then switching it all through that process to commercial. That was unexpected. And while that's taking place now, that's an enormous amount of 100% commercial structure, which is very, very large, coming on right onto that block. The two buildings on 14th and Stark have been quite successful as small kind of incubator commercial sites for a long time. What we found when these kinds of buildings lose their R1 status is what takes place is demolitions, and then in comes apartments, 4 to 5 stories with absolutely no commercial whatsoever. That's what we're finding that's being built. The other thing that I want to segue right away to is some grave concerns that we have about a large segment of property between Southeast 15th and Southeast 19th on Southeast Morrison Street, which right now is currently zoned R2.5 and R1 and contains a lot of historic structures, many of them Victorians. That in the new comp plan designation has that all going into a mixed-use commercial slash, meaning demolitions down to the ground, 4 to 5 stories of small apartments of studios and 1-bedrooms. This is the actual heart of our effort to try to put together the North Buckman Historic District, which in fact was defeated of all things by the fact that Buckman, which is a working class neighborhood, the people really didn't want to have to deal with the high fees and process that takes place when they wanted to get a repair done on that. It wasn't that they didn't want to preserve these structures there. So I have more to say about that, as well as finally I just want to mention very briefly a rezoning effort in an area, I think it's called 348. It's right across the street from my house. 17th to 20th on Alder to Stark, which is all R5. Hard fought for us to be able to preserve R5 with all of the demolition that took place in the 70s. And there's an effort here to try to upzone that to R2.5. So these 3 things, and I'll be back next week to talk about more in Buckman, but I definitely want to support the neighbors at 14th and bring your close attention to what I'll be talking about more next week, which is 15th to 19th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Couple of questions.
Question. Oh.
Could one of you remind me what the transit service is on Stark?
What the what?
Transit service on Stark?
There is none.
There is none.
There is
Okay.
none, no.
All right.
It's really residential. Yeah.
Okay. And how does this request about Stark and the environs relate to the potential town center in the Belmont-Morrison corridor?
Well, as I said, I'm going to be coming back and talking
Okay.
much more about that.
We can wait till next time then to talk about that if you want.
But specifically, we believe that if you're talking about trying to create commercial stimulus at 14th and Stark on a very residential street, there's plenty of stimulus with that high school up there and what already exists between 13th and 14th and, well, between 12th and 14th on Stark.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Kay Dillon. Tim Guyen. David Nemo. Kay Dillon, one last time. Nope. Richard Zelsdorf. Richard Zelsdorf. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for the commissioner and board members here. My testimony today, I'm opposing the zone change for my community, for my property. Let me tell you a little bit about myself, how I come here in the United States. I got 3 minutes, so I'm going to make it really short. So I speak fast, please ask me a question afterward. I came here when I was a teenager, 16 years old. I came with a family, 11 people with mom and dad. Fortunately, a year later, my dad passed away, and we left Vietnam after the fall of Saigon. We came here just for the land of opportunities and the dream of us to get education. After my dad passed away, we all together, I was 15 years old, we all together helped each other, one of us to help each other to get an education. And we put ourselves through, the whole family now is 9 of us. It's half of our family is in the medical field and the other half is engineer, including myself. I met my wife 27 years ago. She's my high school sweetheart. We married her for 13 years now. She's a lawyer. She practiced in Southeast Portland for 13 years. And who know that I met the girl in the strawberry field that now is my wife. And we live and serve our community in Southeast Portland by being Southeast 82nd. And we bought the property and changed to commercial zone. We work together hand in hand with our Brentwood Darlington Neighborhood Association. We did work with the city council to have a zone change. I think we did meet with Mike and Karen with the PDC before. We worked very hard through the zone change over 3.5 years. And the decision was adopted by the City Council on October 5th, 2006, and I have the copy here that I can give it to you later. In our property is a little bit over 2 acres, and half of the property we work with our neighborhood. PDC had a feasibility study that we worked it out with 4 options, and us and the city together, we picked the plan that worked for our community, and we changed half of it is to R2A and RA zone, half of the property. The other half on the front part of 82nd will be commercial general. And for over 3 years fighting and working with PDOT, ODOT, PDC, everybody with the city council, finally we get it. It's all been approved, and now I just, unfortunately, the economy was downturn, and I can't keep up with to develop or borrow the money to develop the site. But it's sadly, I see it go big. I turned my building over to my family to operate the business there, which is mine there too. Like I own a construction company, and my brother is a dentist, and we operate there, and also some 2-3 of our attendants that are in the building. And now our zone is changed back to residential, R2000, which is going to hurt us a lot. All my saving, all my retirement are put into changing the zoning now. I just like to see, even though I don't develop it, I like somebody to carry on and finish the plan out. I do have a copy here of the...
If you could give it to Julie, that'd be great.
Good evening. My name is David Nemo. I'll start with a public service announcement. Kansas City's ahead 9-0 in the 6th inning. I'm here to focus my comments tonight on policy 4.28E on light pollution. As an amateur astronomer and president of the Rose City Astronomers, I'm happy to see this policy in the plan, but I'm sorry to see that it is currently only an aspirational policy. My request is that you consider adopting more aggressive policy, or using a different verb, that would lead to implementation of lighting design standards that would ensure we begin a path to reverse the negative effects of light pollution that the city of Portland and our residents produce. Aside from simply turning outdoor lights off at night, a practice the city hopefully will encourage, the single most effective step that can be taken is for all outdoor lights to be properly shielded so light is focused downward rather than scattered into the night sky. Why should we care? Why should you care? For similar reasons as why city leaders and planners decades ago realized that smokestacks from the industrial age and smog from automobiles were impacting our health, safety, and obscuring our beautiful skyline. Today, because of regulations and renewed interest and concern about the environment we live in, we take for granted the beautiful view of Mount Hood framed by the Portland skyline on most clear days. The same cannot be said for another natural resource and wonder of our environment, the night sky, that is disappearing because of light pollution and sky glow. If you live in Portland or the metro region for that matter, you have no chance to see the Milky Way from your house or even our neighborhood park surrounded by trees blocking out nearby porch lights. Your only chance is to get away from the city, and even then Portland's light bubble will spoil your view from even over 100 miles away. This is a map showing the scale of darkness in the state of Oregon. And you can see the impact of the Portland light bubble and how far it spreads out. So this is an instance where we're actually producing something that spreads beyond our city limits and affects others, our neighbors, throughout the state of Oregon. To be fair, it's more of a regional problem. A regional light bubble, as all the cities that surround us also contribute. But we need a strong policy in Portland's comprehensive plan and subsequent regulations that help to shrink the negative impacts of light pollution, not only for the health and safety of individuals, but also for wildlife. We should not lose the fact that this is also to be a good neighbor policy to do more to try and reduce light pollution. I recently built a new house in the city of Portland. I was required to use certain building materials, meet a plethora of building specifications, and also required to sacrifice use of a portion of my private property to build a water filtration facility. In summary, I feel a policy to reduce light pollution is important, and I encourage you to use stronger verbiage so some of these requirements can come to place that really don't impact people that much monetarily. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question? Yes, sir. The city is undertaking to replace a lot of the street lights with LED lights.
Yes.
Do you know if in the process they're adopting the downward
They
standards?
happen to have converted mine around my house. I have 3 street lights around my house. I don't need night lights in my house. The street lights manage to light up my house. 2 of them are LED, one's not. The LED lights do project more light downward. That's true. they still disperse quite far, but they do a better job of keeping the light going down.
Okay, well, I'd encourage you to reach out to Peter Kuntz, who's the city traffic signals engineer, who also is responsible for the streetlights, and see if there are techniques that will do that even better, as long as they're up there changing all the bulbs.
Yeah, I almost included a picture of my house that shows the streetlights lighting up the side of my house, so not.
I have a comment,
Yes, sir.
actually. There are cities around the U.S. that
Absolutely.
have actually implemented the policies you're recommending. And it
Exactly.
would be very helpful to staff and to us to see what those examples are, and especially if there's any model language that you can come up with.
There's all kinds of lighting ordinances. The
Right.
International Dark Sky Association could put you in. Tucson is the best example where they've basically managed to mitigate the increase of light pollution over the last 2 or 3 decades. So.
And even the city of Chicago has a lights out program, so get us some specific language would be great.
I'd
And
be
I
happy to.
appreciate your changing encourage to require.
Thank you.
I just have, Tim, could you come back up and tell us what property specifically you're talking about?
It's on 82nd,
Yeah, it's on 82nd, but which?
Between Ivy and Coopers, I used to own 6919 Southeast 82nd Avenue, which is the commercial building right now. It has a dentist office in there, law office in there, and all the 3 business in there. And now the city want to change back to residential 2,000 square feet per housing. And I don't know what to do with all the office in there. That would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And can you
I'm
just
sorry.
make sure you get with staff back, if they're back there, and let them make sure they know what address that is too?
Okay.
So
2 acres inside.
2
Yeah,
acres in size.
It's also the 6933 Southeast 82nd.
Okay.
And I work a lot with, I think Randy was in the office, Sam Adam, Nick Fish was in there.
Okay.
And thanks.
All right, thank you. Richard Zelsdorf. Ben Frankenchuck. Jackie Peterson. Rebecca Liu. You're Ben?
Yeah.
Go ahead and get started.
I'm the owner of the property on 7036 Southeast 82nd Avenue.
And your
which
name?
is
Your name? And
Benjamin
pull up the-
Franchuk.
pull up the mic a little.
Yeah, Ben Franchuk.
Yep.
So pretty much we operate in automotive business in our area for last almost 15 years now. And pretty much I know Tim for a while, and he just came recently and he said, well, he received the bad news in our area. You guys planning to change it to residential, which is, I'm like, it's impossible. I mean, I know the 83rd, it is residential, but what I know about is pretty much 150 feet from 82nd, which is highway, there has always been commercial. So, we own the business. I got up to 10 employees, supporting, giving them jobs, and doing that for 15 years. And when it's gonna be like that, it just, we have to shut everything down and doesn't have a place to move on. So, we just want to ask you to review this case, and if it's possible, just leave it the way it is. It's gonna be really nicely and helpful for our businesses. Yeah. Thank you.
What's the address of the business?
7036 Southeast 82nd, and also we are working on another lot which is right next to it, 6850, which is across the street from Tim building.
Oh, okay.
So it's pretty much we are all neighbors in that area.
What's the closest cross street?
It's between, I would say between Ogden
Yeah.
and Duke.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Right on 82nd.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Cooper? Okay. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Liu. I came here today to address the protection of our National Historical District in West Quadrant portion of the comprehension plan. From 1991 through 2005, I served as a principal of the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association Chinese Language School principal, located in the CCBA building, Northwest Davis Street in Chinatown. My deceased husband, Liu Qi, was the key person responsible for bringing China Gate to the Portland's Chinatown. We, just like many of the individuals and families who grew up and work in the Chinatown, invest their energy, a lot of time and energy in the preserving Portland's oldest Asian American community. Finally, in 1989, the new Chinatown Japantown Historical District was approved by the National Park Service to preserve the honor the immigrant experience of Portland's original Chinese and Japanese communities and their contribution to the growth of the Portland city. Over the past year, members of our two communities have testified repeatedly that we oppose increased heights, which would jeopardize the standing and character of our history district. We have asked instead for the writing of a design guidelines for our district that will enable the city to turn Old Town Chinatown into a vibrant, multi-ethnic historical neighborhood, that Portland's immigrant groups can all be proud of it. Without a set of strong design guidelines and a limit on increased heights within the national historical history, the character of the place where the Portland original Chinese and Japanese community achieved American citizenship in the face of a strong racial prejudice will be lost. We ask the Planning Commission to support the creation of a design guideline for the new Chinatown Japantown National History District at the same time that design guidelines for the Skidmore Landmark District are presented as a part of it 2035.
Thank you.
My name is Jackie Peterson. I'm a retired professor of history. I'm the founder of the Old Town History Project. I've worked in the neighborhood for 15 years with various ethnic groups, including the Chinese group. I'm currently the acting executive director of a new nonprofit called the Portland Chinatown History and Museum Foundation, and we are writing the history of Old and New Chinatown in Portland. I'm also the secretary of the Neighborhood Association and a member of the Land Use Committee. I'm here today to talk about the historic district. I'm unfortunately going to be in Washington next week, but we've been to every single meeting, several dozen of us from the Japanese and Chinese community for this last year. And I have to say, I was pleased to hear historic preservation mentioned twice tonight, but I think this is a pretty inhospitable climate right now for historic preservation across the city. I mean, absolutely, you look at the comprehensive plans section on historic resources and you look at what we have in place and the language, I mean, is radically different. This is a development moment and in the service, presumably, of a rapidly expanding population, and our life quality is going to dramatically change. The question is, can we save any of this? And the most important thing is, I mean, can we save this tiny little 10-square block homage to our immigrant population, our original peoples that make Portland what it is today? Unfortunately, we're caught in a vice between pretty aggressive development community in the Pearl and the bridgeheads and the water. We're too close to the river to make this somehow something people will ignore, but it could be saved, but it's going to take some real effort because the handwriting seems to be on the wall. Between PDC and the mayor's office, there's really pretty little hope that we can save this. So we're really, really depending upon this commission to ensure that the heights are not increased without considerable discussion and tied to design guidelines, coincidentally with Skidmore and the National Historic District that is honoring Japantown and Chinatown. I'm here tonight in part because we learned that the mayor is fast-tracking, just happened last week, the Skidmore Design Guidelines. We want to make sure that New Chinatown, Japantown's guidelines are tied to that before any discussion of increased heights occurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a question. So do you have ideas about those guidelines, what they should be?
Well, I think, yes, we do. But I think right now that they have never even been discussed. We're so far down this road that we are, the Neighborhood Association is a new creation. Is it in fact a creation of PDC? And it is because the River District's boundaries now overlay this National Historic District, and if PDC has its way, they will soon overlay the Landmark District as well. So it is very unclear what kind of guidelines that we can put in place that truly will not just deal with infill, which is necessary, but are going to protect not only height, but provide incentives and regulations that will allow for the redevelopment, reuse, adaptive reuse, which is sustainable, of these historic structures which are mixed use. But nobody wants to provide assistance to the rehabilitation of mixed-use historic structures. They only want to build new mixed use. So this is a real catch-22. The city could do something here, and I don't know which body really should take charge, but we really desperately need some help here. We're going to lose something really, really significant for the future of this city.
Well, I would encourage you, we're coming, this commission is meeting on December 9th to talk about the 2035 and
On the 9th?
On December 9th to talk about 2035 and West Quadrant. And at that time, we're going to talk about heights and all that in there. So if you have ideas about that, you might, I don't know if we can send them in or we've closed. We've closed, yeah. But.
It's going to be an action-packed evening. Yeah.
Well, this is such a complex issue. I'm writing this history. It's not a very pretty history, and many of you know very much about it. It goes back about 20 years here, but we're on the cusp now. I think if we don't make some serious, good, right decisions, we will lose this. And I mean, I for one think this is not the way we deal with equity in the city, or should not.
Well, the comp plan comments are still available, so you can send them in through the comp plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. William Keelhorn, Carol McCarthy, Lily Guyan. Lily, you want to get started?
Yes, my name is Lily Nugent, and I'm one of the owners of the 6919 Southeast 82nd Avenue. I'm here to oppose the proposed for the comprehensive land map change from my current commercial, general commercial to the residential for the 6919, adjacent to 6933, and I'm his sister.
You guys must be neighbors.
Yeah. I live in Salem, but I bought this property a few years ago from my brother Tim Nguyen and his ex-wife Samantha Dang. They had the dream of developing the property, but did not have the financial resource to do so and had to let the property go. My husband and I took out the retirement and saving to buy this property as a commercial property retirement investment for our future retirement. We are frustrated to receive the notice that the proposed comprehensive map change. I oppose this because the property is underwent a major zone changing to allow from the residential to general commercial to allow the full range of retail and service business for the local and region market as it's now just a few years ago. And we just started to build the building, the construction on the building on 2011. And in order to get the permit, the construction to approve, we have to agree with the PDC to close the driveway on the 82nd, to move it to the side street and share the parking and share the driveway with the 6933 property. That's one of the agreements that we have to do in order to get the permit approved to build the commercial building. And we build the building under the commercial code and everything. We also have to agree to pay for the curb, sidewalk, and stormwater improvement LID project, which just finished it in the summer 2012. And currently, we still own the balance around $300,000 with the city. Okay, I oppose the proposed because the 82nd is the state highway, and it's the principal arterial with the five lane, and the average daily traffic volume above 26,000. This is designated as the main street in the region in 2040 plans, and with that configuration, this is not the residential location, at least not in this section. And I oppose this because, look around, there's around 100 businesses just within a quarter mile of each direction of 6919 and 6933 on Southeast 82nd Avenue. My property at this location, actually this includes 6933, is the only location that they propose to change from the commercial to the residential. And I urge the city to oppose it.
Okay, thank you. You want to go first? Oh, okay.
Okay. My name is William Keelhorn. I live at 4311 Southwest Freeman Street in Portland. At the PSC hearing on September 23rd, myself and several other individuals requested that hearings continue and the record be kept open for 90 days after the mixed-use zones have been completely defined. That will give neighborhood associations time to understand and consider this important plan, which will be in effect for the next 20 years. The Multnomah Neighborhood Association and the Sweeney Coalition followed up with letters also making this very reasonable request. To date, this commission has not responded. Please grant this request and make it publicly known as soon as possible. Beyond that, my greatest concern today about the draft plan is the deprecation of the role of neighborhood associations with respect to the role they currently play in the existing comp plan. The new draft limits their role to one of, quote, local experts and channels for place-based projects, end quote. This is found in policy 2.1.c. The word channel is not defined in the glossary, but in policy 2.6, it occurs in the phrase channels of communication. Neighborhood associations are not, however, included in the list of channels of communication. Presumably, they are restricted in their role as channels to place-based concerns. In contrast, policy 2.1.e lists interest and affinity organizations as unrestricted in the issues they may partner with the city to decide. I am reading the language here very closely, but please correct it and make the wording and intent clear in the policies I have mentioned. I'm making a big deal of this because in verbal communications with the staff at BPS, I've come to understand that the notion of community is replacing that of neighborhood association as the primary body for state-required citizen involvement. Indeed, community is listed in the glossary. It is, quote, a group of people with a shared sense of identity or belonging, end quote. That is very general and presumably includes churches, mosques, synagogues, political parties, and in the absurd case, street gangs. How will the city determine who speaks for each group and whether they were chosen by a democratic process? Will there be a list of allowed organizations along with a staff of investigators? What if one individual joins a large number of groups? Wouldn't she be overrepresented? The neighborhood association is the correct vehicle to play this role. Please return the neighborhood association to its rightful place in the proposed plan. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carol McCarthy, and I live at 4311 Southwest Freeman Street in Portland. I would like to begin the same way I did last time I testified and respectfully urge you to extend the hearings and keep the record open for the proposed draft comprehensive plan for at least 90 days after the details of the mixed-use zones and campus institutional zones have been made public.
Without adequate time to review the new designations with their corresponding zones, citizens will not be able to meet their obligations under Oregon's #1 planning goal, that of citizen involvement. Both my neighborhood association and my neighborhood coalition have requested the 90-day review period after these definitions have been provided. I also request that you schedule additional hearings in 2015, including one in Southwest Portland. I would like to spend the remainder of my time urging you to address some important concerns that were identified in motions passed by the Multnomah Neighborhood Association. Similar versions of these motions were passed recently by the Sweeney Board. In your handout, starting on page 2, I list all the motions. Motion A, we're requesting that the neighborhood associations be identified as the vehicle for citizen involvement in land use planning, as required by the state's goal #1, and that neighborhoods be defined by the established geographic boundaries of the acknowledged neighborhood associations. In motion B, we are requesting that Multnomah Village be designated as a neighborhood corridor rather than as a neighborhood center. In motion C, we are requesting that specific language in the general description of land use designations be removed. In motion D, we object to allowing essentially R2.5 attached housing in areas that are zoned R5 and higher in the current comprehensive plan. In motion E, the existing environmental zone regulation plans and supporting policies should be included with full force and effect in the 2035 comprehensive plan, and we've listed those policies at the end of this document. So as I've mentioned, these or similar motions were considered and adopted by elected representatives of 17 neighborhood associations. We are working hard to protect the livability of this wonderful city, and we are asking you to acknowledge our role in the process and to respect our requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
A couple of questions. So we announced either last hearing or the hearing before that we were extending the written record through March 13th, and that was intended to be responsive to the requests from the neighborhoods for time to process the mixed-use institutional zoning.
We didn't understand that any date had been given, so we didn't understand it as an extension.
But also, we're particularly concerned that the mixed-use zones be defined and that we have 90 days beyond that.
Right.
So in order for us, because 80% or so of the growth in our neighborhood is slated for mixed use, we don't have any idea what that's going to mean, so we can't really properly evaluate it and comment on it.
Okay, so the intent was to give you time by doing that extension, so we'll true it up with the dates and make sure it does. It's the role of neighborhood associations. You know, I got involved in planning in Portland through my neighborhood association in Northwest, so I certainly respect that. Would not want to see any language that limits the ways that neighborhood associations can provide input to the city. But at the same time, I think we do recognize there are very valid groups that are not neighborhood oriented that need to have a similar voice. So, you know, I think the goal is to...
Could you please make it clear how you're going to certify them and track their viability, find the person that's going to represent them and all that? It seems very complicated. And usually, it seems to me, neighborhood, it's a very different representation in the new draft than in the old draft. So,
right. So I think
we would prefer neighborhoods to play that role.
And I think we definitely still want neighborhoods to play that role. I don't think we're going to limit exclusively neighborhoods, but there's a distinction between owning recognized organizations, right? There is a very formal definition for that. Get notifications and whatnot, but you know, I think we're probably going to be...
I don't think any of that is laid out in the plan. I didn't understand it as being clearly represented, but I saw the use of the word neighborhood association occurs only twice or something like that.
I think that's a legitimate point, but we're going to be inclusive, not designate any one group to be above the others, I think.
Well, I think you'll have to explain how you're going to certify each individual group.
Because I think we're worried as well that, you know, lobbyists, there are just numerous groups of people who have aligned interests. So
people who are in multiple groups, they're overrepresented. I think it's a very complicated path to go down.
And so that everyone else can understand who's been notified. You know, even the notification of these groups is a problem.
And as far as I know, our neighborhood association, Multnomah, is open to anyone who lives there or owns a business there. So it's not an exclusive group. That's the place to come and voice your concerns about your neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I I thought we extended the period for comment as well, so.
Well, the mixed-use project's
we
not
dealt with that.
stated. The mixed-use project won't be finished until well after March, the end of March.
Okay, well, that was our intent. I'm just
Well,
saying,
thank
we did not ignore you.
Well, thank you. Please
Thank
do it
you.
again.
Please give us 3 or 6 more months.
Yeah.
How do we, Audrey, can I just, one point. How do we weigh the input and the role of neighborhood associations against or with, how do we reconcile that with other interest groups that have a voice in this process also?
I think that's a critical question, and I don't want to get to it right now, but I think the neighborhood associations certainly have a vital role, but there's other groups that don't fit into neighborhood associations, even though they wish to, and they do provide valuable input, and so we have to figure that out.
I agree. So we all agree there's other groups.
Yeah, so there's,
I think you should.
Yep.
There are other groups,
So
but
there are other groups, so
how to make sure that we know who's been notified and all that is.
but we'll figure it out, or we'll try. Yes. Thank you. Alex Majink. Melisk Alexander. Oh, okay. And Van Ham? Van Ham? William Moss? Joan Coates? Why don't you go ahead and get started?
My name is Alexander Misyuk. My property is 6724 Southeast 82nd Avenue. I buy this property, I think 1991. This commercial zone, business zone. This I built a building out by the shop repair used one. It's today war. This 1991. Let's see it. Yeah, this I buy it after maybe 5 years. Buy it other property, this 6708, this and 6704. This property site 40 feet by 105, and other property 40 feet by 105 feet. Yeah, it's I'm have business jobs to after body shop repair, and say my shop have dimension 80 feet by 105 feet. The small property, I think I buy this property, this seller said me this commercial zone, okay, I buy it. And 15 years right now, this property empty, not used one, this right now said me, lots of times go to City of Portland, they said me residential zone, and 15 years this property empty and pay it only tax, that's it, I don't know this, no big property, this 82nd complete to business, no business street, yeah, this residential, this nothing, no possible. Yeah, and I don't know my question, please maybe help me. It's right now my son, this time maybe 5 years go to retirement, and maybe my son, it's keep it to, this, maybe give to this job. Yeah, it's, I need that, maybe the same commercial, this two properties, 6708 and 6704, Southeast 82nd, same, need to come together to 6724 Southeast 82nd, this business. And maybe help me, I 15 years come to no help me. And 15 years are now this property empty and nothing, only pay tax. Please help me. Maybe myself help.
So the property is commercial now, but it's being zoned R2?
Yeah, this my job, it's same like.
It's the same with them?
Yeah,
Okay.
I buy this job,
Okay.
674, this commercial.
Okay.
This two lots and this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're next, or you? Oh, okay.
No,
great.
it's same as
Okay.
let's see what need to do this. Maybe help.
Okay, thank you. Wanna go ahead?
Thank you all for giving us the opportunity to talk. You must be exhausted, because, so appreciate it. I'm Joan Coates. I am a neighbor of the QFC grocery store that we've been discussing here. I am hoping that you will reconsider your map of wanting to make the parking lot be zoned commercial, so that it's consistent with the store. Right now, it is a non-conforming use zone. The pictures that you're looking at are the way that the parking lot is used when the zoning is not enforced. It's pretty devastating for the neighbors. This parking lot is surrounded by residences. And you've heard a little bit of Smile supporting us and the fact that the neighbors have lived with grocery stores for a long time, and we are glad to have grocery store. But the QFC, when it ignores the zoning of the lot, is a difficult neighbor. There are aspect-specific sections of the current code, non-conforming code, sections 33.258.050A and 33.258.050C are really helping out the neighbors that have to live next to the store. That means the parking lot would be closed from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., and which it is now. And it would also mean that the designation is just a parking lot. It's, which works well for the store, worked well for the store before it. The QFC is doing a fine business there. We're hoping if it changes to commercial, it would really seriously impact our life, because you see what it's like when it's not enforced, and then it would just go on to being 24 hours, which is would be pretty tough. We're hoping that the comprehensive plan takes into account circumstances that allow protection of neighborhoods that don't have a buffer zone between intense commercial use and residential. And we hope for your support to keep this zoning as it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is William Moss. I live at 1500 Southeast Duke, which places me very close to the QFC that John, my neighbor, just spoke of. I want to I'm 70 years old. I've seen a lot of cities develop because I've lived all over the world. And I want to remind people of something. When I was younger, we couldn't agree on whether a tomato was a vegetable or a fruit. And it turns out this was because of tariffs. If you called it a fruit, you paid less in one place. If you called it a vegetable, you did that in another place. But as many remember, if your mom renamed a vegetable you hated, it was still that vegetable.
That makes perfect sense.
So the problem is, for us, strip zoning seems to me, after having seen a lot of cities in first, second, and third worlds, more like city planning by default. It defaults to developers, it defaults to opportunists, and those are not bad words. Sometimes they're very well-meaning and well-intended, but it is erosive to our neighborhoods. The second you change a part of a zone, somebody who lived in an R zone now backs up to or is across the street from a zone that was not part of the neighborhood they planned to live in. So when you go ahead and you rename a zone and there's no consideration given to the effects on the neighboring residential area, which is exposed to smells, noises, and the parking needs of these new enterprises, it does damage to the whole neighborhood ambience. It also is kind of sporadic because it creates anomalies that you're dealing with now. Lots and properties divided into two different zones where different conflicting interests are trying to get toeholds and expand in one place, one direction or another, and then say, well, okay, this is now commercial, so why not next door? And you have these other problems. In our neighborhood, for example, where we had 50 years of silence because of Wilhelm's funeral home and crematorium, which was on Claiborne in Milwaukee, we had 50 years of silence. This probably even lured some residents to the neighborhood. And then suddenly Wilhelm's moved out and we got a an after-hours loud nightclub that pretty much sprayed us with noise and drunk patrons and car noises all over the neighborhood up till 2 o'clock in the morning. We have a supermarket, Kino's, which operated during daytime hours, closed before 10 at night, and it was replaced by QFC, which has doubled hours, and halved its parking by destroying its commercial zone parking lot in front to build the building. It creates sound pollution from delivery trucks, forklifts, etc. in the R5 zone during unacceptable hours. That's not progress. It is not conscientious planning. A neighborhood should not be asked or expected to resign itself to this sort of unpleasantness. As any other type of erosion, the focus should be on prevention, not on patches in the code, not on asking neighbors to live with the consequences, and not simply by renaming spinach
Thank you.
chocolate. Thank you.
Van Pham? Van Pham. Nope. Alex Majink? Alex Majink. James Filurnjon?
Close?
Probably you.
Come on up.
James?
Mike Connors. Richard Dixon.
Are you James?
That's probably right.
Is that? Okay. Have a seat, gentlemen. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Richard Dickinson, and I'm a resident of the Powellhurst-Gilbert neighborhood in outer East Portland. I sit on the board of the Powellhurst-Gilbert Neighborhood Association, and I'm here tonight in the capacity of representing that association. We spent the vast majority of our last meeting talking about the comprehensive plan, proposals therein, taking a look at the map app, and we voted almost unanimously with one abstention to strongly support the downzoning in our area. This sentiment comes largely from a neighborhood that has felt that ever since the Outer Southeast Community Plan in 1996, we've absorbed an immense amount of density and not been provided with the infrastructure commensurate infrastructure in our area. Essentially, our schools, we've got a huge school-age population, largely happened since 1996. We house a lot of the city's school children, and our schools are bursting at the seams. We really have very little capacity to continue serving those students in the excellent manner that we do with our present-day facilities.
Are you guys in David Douglas district?
We are.
We heard from your superintendent at our last meeting. He said things are full.
Well, our schools are doing an amazing job with the resources they're given. What we found is that our neighborhood has grown considerably, and the investment in our neighborhood has not grown with it. And what we're finding is that the quality of life for the vast majority of our residents has plummeted. That as far as the infrastructure in our neighborhood that is lacking, we're very appreciative of the new sidewalks, the contiguous ones on 122nd and 136th, but Powell Boulevard very much lacks sidewalks. Our patchwork quilt of streets, we really don't have safe passage for our children. We don't have good access to grocery stores, to parks, to commercial establishments, and to community resources. We really find it's very difficult to create the social fabric in our neighborhood where we're so disconnected. And so I think that our biggest request at this juncture, aside from, yes, please do consider continuing investment in our area, but let off the gas pedal and please downzone these areas. I mean, there's a lot of people in our neighborhood association that wanted to downzone the areas much more. Thank you.
James?
Okay. Hi, my name is James Peterson, 2502 Southwest Multnomah Boulevard, Portland 97219. I'm the land use chair of Multnomah Neighborhood. The first page that I've given you is we're requesting that the designation of the neighborhood center be changed to a neighborhood corridor. And the reason is that Multnomah has always been designated in past planning, in the past comprehensive plan as a main street, which is a depth of 180 feet. Neighborhood center is defined, the only definition in the comp plan is a radius of a half a mile. And we're in between two town centers with a radius of 1 mile. And those radiuses overlap. We also have a civic corridor, which is Barber Boulevard, and which would basically just wipe out the residential core of the neighborhood. So we're basically Multnomah Boulevard and Capitol Highway designated as a neighborhood center would cover most of the commercial area, which we think is better protects the, basically conforms to the existing core or existing commercial core that we have. Now the other thing that we're requesting is this extension, which I mentioned the first hearing, and for some reason it got somehow messed up. Basically, we're asking for 90 days after the mixed-use zones and institutional zones have been defined. And that is not going to happen until sometime this summer. Now, what has to happen is the Task 4 and Task 5 has to be somehow joined together. Our neighborhood has 250 mixed-use zone properties. And the planning staff has run numbers on that, and we have a 28% increase in capacity. I don't know how they can run the numbers without knowing what these mixed-use zones properties are. Currently, if you look at the comp plan, these commercial zones have one of 4 different mixed-use zones designations. Each one of those is then going to have 3 to 4 different zones. I was told last night there was not going to be a one-to-one correspondence between the zoning map and the comprehensive plan. That's the first I've heard of that.
So you can't gauge the density.
What?
You can't gauge the density then.
You can't gauge the density, you don't know what the effect's going to be, and you have no idea, if that's the case, whether they can come back and change one of those 3 or 4 zones on the zoning map to that then correspond to the 4 zones on the comp plan.
Yeah, very good.
Now, we've attended all these mixed-use zone meetings. We've met with Barry Manning 4 times. We're trying to figure out what this means.
Thank you.
Time's up.
Mike?
Good evening. My name is Mike Connors with law firm Hathaway Kovac Connors. I'm actually here on behalf of 2 clients. I submitted some comment letters. I don't expect to use up 3 minutes for each of them, but I would request to get 3 minutes for each client just to make sure that I'm not trying to compete between the 2.
Nice try.
Oh, they would be 2 separate parties? They wouldn't?
Just 3 minutes.
Okay, so one issue that is, my 2 clients are Space Age Fuel, who owns multiple gas service stations, 4 of which are being proposed to be redesignated from general commercial to mixed use. Also, Hayden Island Manufactured Home Community, they have their RV park, which is currently zoned general commercial, is being proposed to be redesignated to mixed use. You've already heard the issue. We have the same concerns. You can't and shouldn't determine a redesignation to mixed use until you have zoning, actual zones, which they don't have yet, actual standards that determine the allowed uses, the development standards in place. And I appreciate you extending the comment period, but I think you just need to make sure that you're looking at those 2 contemporaneously, because they really do go hand in hand. And to the extent that any of those mixed-use zones change the types of allowed uses, change the standards in a way that would cause either of my clients uses to be non-conforming or exacerbate non-conforming situations, we would oppose that. What you don't want to do is do a wholesale change of commercial uses throughout the city and then start converting these conforming uses into non-conforming uses, because I think it's going to create a lot of opposition throughout the city. Specific comments to Hayden Island manufactured home community, first of all, is that to incorporate into the comprehensive plan amendments a recognition of some of the non-conforming use protections that the city has already recognized, both officially and unofficially, and those are part of the documents I provided you. Because as a manufactured home park, especially with the RV portion that's changing, it's a unique non-conforming situation. Non-conforming situations, when you have a permanent structure, you change it, then it imposes new standards, they trigger. But when you've got manufactured homes and RVs that are being traded out more frequently, changes more frequently than a permanent structure, you have unique standards. The city has acknowledged that in the documents I've provided. We're asking, if you're going to do this global amendment, incorporate specifically those concepts. And then lastly, you've heard about some comments on West Hayden Island. We share those. You went through an extensive process. You adopted a decision, and the applicant chose to withdraw. We don't think you should be incorporating policy comments related to a project that has now been withdrawn into this recent amendment. And look at that, I made it under 3 minutes. If you have any questions.
Nicely done, Mike. Thank you. Oh, questions?
Mike, if we shouldn't talk about West Hayden Island as a marine terminal, what should we say about it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, to the extent that you're going to say anything, I'd be very general. If you look at the policy statements, it's very specific. It's essentially the proposal that was before you that you already decided. So to the extent that you want to talk about the potential for, general industrial there, something general of that nature might be okay, but not specific to the project that you already heard and was withdrawn.
Thank you.
Yeah, makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Andrew Fan? Okay. Mark White? Doug Klotz?
Okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Yep. Good evening, folks. And my name is Dr. Andy Fan, and I'm currently practicing at the address 6919 Southeast 82nd, directly impacted by the rezoning proposal. I'm here to register my strongest opposition against that because of the following things. I put all of my saving and incomes to build up that practice 3 years ago, and then we currently having between 6 and 7 people working there full-time and part-time. By rezoning, and that would necessitate my moving somewhere else, and that would practically wipe out all of my planning, my works in the last 25 years or so, not to mention negatively impacted the life and livelihood of 7 people, myself included. So I urge you folks to reconsider that. Second, and the last point too, if anyone ever stayed there on any prolonged period of time would notice that the traffic is terrible. That is not a way to raise a family, having kids running around when trucks is moving up and down 35, 45 miles an hour. That is a mixture for disaster waiting to happen. So commercial and residential can coexist, but I do urge you to do further study. Thank you. I stay within 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark White. I live at 12215 Southeast Raymond Street, Portland 97236. I live in the Powellhurst-Gilbert neighborhood. I'm going to speak very generally. And if there's anything that you take away from what I say tonight, it's that zoning codes as they currently stand do not work in East Portland, period. They do not work at all. And I'm going to give you a couple examples of the ramifications of zoning code changes back when the Outer Southeast Community Plan was instituted about 16 years ago. Front page is the free or reduced lunch rate at the David Douglas School District. It's currently 80.4%. 15, 16 years ago, when the plan was instituted, it was 38 to 39%. These are real ramifications of zoning code changes. Second picture, these are garbage cans that are on a property adjacent to the one that's behind my house, because many properties in East Portland, my neighborhood in particular, the width of the property is very narrow compared to the depth. So this property, where these garbage cans are supposed to be, is about 400 feet deep, and it's 70 feet wide. So if you include the driveway, the mailboxes, and everything else, all these garbage cans that are in front of the sidewalk that are there are on another property. And they block the sidewalk, they do everything. And that's because the code doesn't work in East Portland. Next is a picture of a development at Springwater Corridor and 122nd. As you can see, this picture was taken years after it was put in, and there are no sidewalks in front of it. And I will give $1 gazillion to anyone who can find sidewalks in front of this building in this picture, because they're not there. And I will tell you that just beyond this development, there is a middle school with 700 to 800 kids. And where the sidewalks are supposed to be are potholes so deep that I tell you a small child could drown walking down the street. That's what happens. You cannot expect the city to enforce the sidewalk construction, because they will not, because this kind of stuff happens in our neighborhood all over the place. Next, the foreclosure rate in our neighborhood is 3 times that of anywhere else in Multnomah County. And part of that is because R1A was put in just about every place it possibly could go, which is why our neighborhood now has over 30,000 people. And for context, that's just a few thousand folks less than the city of Oregon City. A whole municipality has just a few thousand people more than my neighborhood. Last, commercial.
Thank you. Doug?
Hi. Doug Klotz, 1908 Southeast 35th Place. I'm going to talk about places where I think the new residents should be going, and areas where there's good transit service, good infrastructure, except perhaps Chavez Boulevard. So I'm going to talk about 3 commercial nodes, Belmont and Chavez, which there's maps attached to the stuff passed out. Anyway, looking at Belmont and Chavez, the majority of that intersection is zoned CN2. It's going to be changed to MU, Urban Center, but I think it should also be upzoned. The zoning should reflect more like a CS than the CN2 when it is changed. And the other thing at that node, if you look north of that node, on the east side of Chavez, there's a checkerboard of R2, R1, R2, CN2. It would seem to make sense to just change that all to the same zone, perhaps R1. Going on to Hawthorne and Chavez, there's a lot of commercial zone, mixed-use zoning capacity there. This is basically the heart of the Belmont-Hawthorne Division Town Center. I would say that it's worth thinking about even the adjacent things north and south, the adjacent areas north and south on Chavez, which are currently CN2 at the north, could perhaps be changed to the CS equivalent, MU2, I think it's going to be. And to the south, there's some that are comp plan to NC, but currently R5. Maybe it's not the right time to change that, but maybe the one parking lot of the bank there on the left edge of that group could be. I had a thought on Madison and 37th, 38th. That may be premature, but that's the sort of area that does look like it's expanding. It could commercially be expanded. Division and Chavez, the last of the 3 drawings. There seems to be enough capacity there for the development that's happening there. There are 3 areas where they're zoned UCB, and comp plan UCB and zoned R5. I know there's some residents along Carruthers there who are concerned about this and want that changed. I'm not sure that that's a good idea. I think that the zoning there is headed in the right direction. There are already 3 properties at the intersection of 37th and Carruthers, which are commercial, which are zone commercial. One of them has a parking lot, one of them has a manufacturing building, and the other one has a mixed-use building. And it seems like if there's going to be an expansion around the Chavez and Division node, I mean, we've got good transit service there as well as these other 2 nodes I mentioned, that seems like a logical location for it when the time is right. I mean,
Thank
so
you.
leave that as it is. Thank you.
Excuse me, Andre, a quick question. Mark, we didn't get to your statistics that you handed it, but I'm going to ask you to kind of, to be conclusive about your comments. Are there actions in the new comp plan revisions that you think exasperate any of the issues in your neighborhood?
I currently own a small business. I've been in business for a year and a half.
Yeah.
I work 80 to 100 hours a week now, so I have
So you haven't been outside to see anything,
No,
right?
no, I have no idea what's in the
Yeah.
comp plan. I can only tell you the manifestations of zoning changes that have occurred.
Okay.
And I hope that you'll look at the commercial stuff that I've provided, because I think it's very important to understand that while commercial is desperately needed in my neighborhood, paying 3 times the property taxes makes it almost impossible for a new business to even be built in my neighborhood.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks.
Thank you. These are the last 3. If anybody else wishes to testify, please fill out a card, give it to Julie. Otherwise, we'll see you on November 4th. John Washington, Fred Sanchez, Terry Griffith. Terry Griffith? Oh, okay. Go ahead, John.
Well, I appreciate you guys allowing us to come in and listen. I admire your courage, folks, sitting up there at 9 o'clock at night going through this process. Believe me, it's kind of tedious. But anyway, I have some timers, so I remembered what I was going to say before I came up here, but now, and sometimes I can recall it, but now I can't recall necessarily everything. But hi, I'm from the North-Northeast Business Association. I'm the Economic Development Chair over there. And my primary intent to come here and share before this board is to get it to be cognizant of some of the issues that are going on in the North-Northeast. In the last 25-year business comp plan, that there were some designations for small business development in our district. Well, that never came to fruition. In fact, over the last 5 years, we've come to find that there's an attrition in our businesses in our district, which the African-American businesses in our district have declined by 50%. We'd like you to be very cognizant of that along the MLK corridor, and also in looking at some of the standards in which some of the zoning stuff is taking place over there. Everything is going pretty fast over there. We'd like you guys to sort of consider slowing some things down and begin to look at and consider the branding, the new branding concepts and ideas that are coming into the North-Northeast around the Seoul district. We're looking at trying to get community investment in economic development, where we're looking at developing culturally specific nodes to address some of the issues and specific needs over in that district. It's part of the work that we've been looking at, that we've been doing over the last 3 years, and also we've been looking at basic equity issues, trying to maintain the demographic and population that has occupied the Northeast for a number of years. And what we've come to find is that the properties and the housing and things like that are being just outpricing the people that are living there. So along the economic development plan, we're looking at the housing, the low-income residential housing piece too. We'd like you to continue to consider that. Also, if you look at some of the language in the difference between the neighborhood associations and the business associations, there is clearly outlined in some areas of land use issues where there are clear issues of conflict, or there will be potential for conflict. So previously, as I listened to some of the other people talk about neighborhood association topics and issues, we would strongly encourage you to integrate business associations' point of views into those type of topics around land use. How much more time do I got? Because I haven't breathed yet. I'm
20
trying to breathe.
seconds.
Okay. How many more? 20 seconds?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I do appreciate you all allowing me to come out. And again, I just got to give you guys kudos for this because I wouldn't be able to do it at about this point. So anyway, thank you again, and I appreciate you guys giving me an opportunity to share it to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for staying. Fred?
I'm Fred Sanchez, a business owner, property owner, and stakeholder in Gateway. In the 60s, our family lived and worked on Northeast 111th. In 79, we opened our own real estate and appraisal company and built what is now 111th Square. I'm Hispanic y español es mi primero lengua. I'm a vocal booster of the Gateway area. Over the years, we've added adjacent properties to our portfolio. I now serve as 2014 president of Gateway Area Business Association, Advisory Committee, member of Portland Police Budget, member of Hazelwood Neighborhood Association, co-chair of Mount Hood Community College Bond Election Campaign Committee, member of the Neighborhood Economic Development Leadership Group, and other public, private, religious, and Hispanic organizations. Thank you for allowing me to take the time to discuss properties at 1342, 1353, 1406, 1409, 1418, and 1421 Northeast 112th. These are existing residential properties south of Northeast Halsey Street on 112th in the eastern neighborhood. Proposed change is 645 for each of the properties. I support the new designation of mixed-use neighborhood for these parcels and have clarified how I believe the new designation will support Portland's comp plan goals in my written statement provided to you. The proposed change to mixed-use neighborhood will straighten out zoning line to conform with commercial zones to the west, 111th Square and Portland Adventist Community Services, Northeast 111th and Halsey. And to the east, Halsey Center, 113th and Halsey. These commercially zoned properties abut the 6 lots being considered for change on Northeast 112th. It makes sense for the designations to change to the same as their neighbors' zoning. Last week I learned that several residents on 112th and on Oregon Street reject multi-use designation on 112th properties from Halsey to Oregon, believing this will directly impact traffic, parking, and livability. I believe the city's stringent design review process will curtail and help manage any impact on traffic and parking on the residential area of Northeast 112th. I also firmly believe that eventual building and improvements in housing and commercial in the proposed multi-use neighborhood designation will be a great help in promoting livability and safety for residents and businesses. I understand that speeding on 112th, especially as it meets Oregon, is a problem at this time. I suggest that a stop sign at 112th and Oregon, speed bumps, or driver feedback signs on 112th will help to slow down traffic. I recommend these projects be nominated for implementation from funds available of almost $2 million as per TSP exhibit I am providing to you.
Thank you. Questions?
That's in the package you gave us.
It is. Yes, sir.
Okay.
John, just are your comments in written form around the Soul District and what you're proposing for the African American
Yes,
businesses?
Carl Toten and I are pulling together a written plan, and so we'll be submitting it here pretty soon.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now I get it.
Thank you. Once again, if anybody wishes to testify tonight, please fill out a card and come up here immediately, or we're going to move on to comments from commissioners. So we're going to move on to comments from commissioners. Gary, we'll start with you.
I want to thank everybody for testifying. I'm still processing everything I've heard tonight and at other meetings and keeping an issues list. So no big substantive comments from me.
Oh, sorry. That'll wake me up. So I just got kind of 3 points or comments I wanted to make. First of all, I really enjoyed hearing our co-lead neighborhood coming with suggestions on actual displacement mitigation, and so I hope that staff will take the time to review that and kind of provide some feedback to us about their thoughts on how to incorporate their strategies. Also really appreciated the comments regarding Green Thumb. And I'd like to see staff take that even further and not just look at that one piece of property, but how can we actually look at incorporating policies and strategies that promote food resiliency and security strategies throughout all of the central city and city areas. So I'd like to, like I said, move that concept. I like what I'm hearing there and see even more of that. And then last but not least, it was fabulous to hear the testimony tonight advocating the strategies that strengthen the language regarding quality of life for those who are disabled and elderly. And again, I just want to promote and back the comments that they made tonight. So thank you, everyone.
Ditto.
Yeah, we're going to get out of here early.
Okay. Well, I'll keep you here a little while longer,
fine.
Mike.
Karen?
Yeah, so I'll take Mike's time. So I have been writing down my musings all night and been fairly quiet this evening, so now I have a chance to say what I think from what I heard. I'm left with a couple of major aha moments, some things I support and some questions I have. So I'm going to start with the questions. I'd really like staff, and I can write this down in an email, to go back and research what the charge was to the Planning and Sustainability Commission about cully and displacement. That we were told tonight that there was some kind of charge we were supposed to do 2 years ago that we didn't do, that I'm not aware of, and I would like that researched because I'm very interested in issues around displacement. The second question I have is around the notion and logic around split zoning, because to me, it doesn't seem like a winning strategy. So I would like to hear some definition and information and history of why we would split zone something at our work session. I think that's a great work session teach for me, being that I'm not in the zoning world very much. As part of my job, I'm learning. Then I really supported the ideas around universal design that were brought up by the disabled. I very clearly remember a very big meeting on 1900 with people with bags on their heads. I was astonished, and I'll never forget it, because they were really making the point that they were invisible. And I think that there should be development bonuses for people that use universal design, and we certainly use universal design in education K-12. I was also struck by the idea about implementation measurability, and I think it's really important for anybody implementing anything with any kind of fidelity that there's some kind of measurability criteria that is real and genuine and that you can put your hand on. So I'd really like to discuss that more. So the major aha were that this whole thing for me is coming down to two dichotomies. The dichotomies are very broad, and I'm going to say them. I think it's neighborhood development and upgrades versus displacement, and I could go on and on about that, and creation of living wage, entry-level career jobs, which seems to go along with industrial land development, versus environmental protection. So there are some very thoughtful ways to go about this, and I'm hoping that we'll have a lot more conversation in the future about it.
Great. Don?
Just a few quick comments. The testimony tonight was really diverse and really high quality. It was an eye-opener for me on a number of fronts, and Karen's talked about that a little bit. You know, I'm left with kind of this question in my mind. A lot of people have come forward, our friends on 82nd Avenue, Multnomah to a degree, and other people that own property, and have a little differing ideas about how the zoning should end up on those properties. And I guess I'm kind of wondering as a commissioner, how do we deal with that? Do we make a big list of them and then we kind of all look at them together? Does staff evaluate them ahead of time? Because a number of these ideas are good ideas. We're fortunate we got these good ideas from our outreach and listening posts at these hearings. So that's my only question moving forward, Deborah, is kind of How do we calibrate those and figure them out and make good, solid decisions as a commission? Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone again for testifying. I guess I can dovetail off of that. I think it would be a good idea to see those properties that were, to really pinpoint those properties that are traditionally commercial, and to really evaluate also the infrastructural needs in this area. My biggest fear or concern sometimes is we're focusing on the comp plan or the central city plan, and I just want to make sure that we're it's not just we're working on infrastructure and investments up to a point of parity, but really compensating for the historical lack of investment in outer east areas. So I really want to take a look at that. I mean, I think we've heard a lot about potholes or intersections at 82nd. I was up here the other week, and one intersection has the highest rate of accidents of any intersection in the state. I saw 3 that night. Really looking at the city beyond beyond Central City, obviously. So we're not maintaining a status quo. And at the same time, looking at specific policies, zoning changes as these are coming to us, and pinpointing them. I don't know. Make the plan bigger, put in more policies underneath some policies, really specific ones to address lack of investment, as well as affordability, as well as those policies that can, say, increase workforce housing to, like we've heard tonight, to increase affordability and maintain affordability. And another big concern, I think, is what other commissioners have reiterated and what we've heard a lot tonight is looking at maybe having staff come to us with some provisional performance measures based off of the Portland plan. How are we following through with those goals? And putting metrics within the comp plan so that they're really, we can easily compare those. So I'd like to see that. I'd like to see how these policies are really lining up with not only like chapter 1 and 2 in this comp plan, but the Portland plan, which is supposed to be guiding almost some of the comp plan. And at the same time, I'm sorry, I'm going forward, but I'm taking Mike's time again.
I didn't know Mike.
I'm sorry.
Mike had a lot of time.
So looking at a greater analysis on these community benefit agreements, how we followed through on those, the progress on all of those, and any advisory committees that BPS or PSC was supposed to follow through with, and what has been the timeline on that. I'll stop there and just send you the rest of my questions.
Thank you. Chris?
Okay, I'm going to include a couple of trends that I noticed in the written testimony between hearings. Didn't necessarily get included in tonight, although some of it definitely overlaps. So first theme is what I'll call more aggressive distributed infill. So, our strategies for accommodating new people in the city have basically been whole new neighborhoods like the Pearl and South Waterfront, intensification on the transit corridors, and then what I would call the more distributed infill policies, things like accessory dwelling units that have been relatively uncontroversial, or skinny houses that maybe were not so much a strategy as a side effect, but have been controversial. What I heard in testimony and saw in the written comments is the idea, for example, of allowing a single-family house to be subdivided into multiple units, so you get perhaps a little less incentive to tear it down while creating maybe some affordable housing. So if we could think about how we get more people into the single-family neighborhoods without being so disruptive that we get a lot of pushback like we do with skinny houses, I think is important. Something I saw in written testimony was adopting the SEPTED principles, so the idea of achieving public safety through good design of the neighborhoods. There was written testimony about Vision Zero, which is the idea of getting down to 0 traffic fatalities, and commentary that the existing safety policy in the TSP chapter isn't nearly strong enough about that, so I think we need to beef that up. Echo Catherine's comments about Green Thumb and tie that to Portland Nursery. We adopted a set of urban agriculture policies last year. We need the infrastructure in place to support that, whether that's a place where people can go to buy their starts or where youth can be educated about the opportunities in urban agriculture. So I think making sure we have places in the city to fit those in is important. I remember when we adopted the Cully Plan and the commitment to come back and evaluate after 2 years, and we ought to do that. We signed up for it, we should do it. I was struck by the request to analyze the household living patterns. We know we're seeing lots of new multifamily buildings. Obviously, we've got our established single-family neighborhoods. We know household size is shrinking, but we don't know where. Are we seeing all the small households in the multifamily, or some of that happening in the single family? Where is the aging and disability population going? How does that split across those housing types and housing tenures? I'd love to turn Uma loose on that and see what she can tell us. Obviously, lots of testimony tonight about properties on 82nd, and I'm a little curious why we're proposing designating that residential. I understand why we would want to encourage residential on 82nd, but I guess I'm wondering, is it better to do that through mixed-use zoning rather than purely residential, so we allow more organic transition from the existing uses to sort of include residential in the mix? It seems like we're going to make a lot of people non-conforming, and non-conforming was a theme tonight too. Clearly, people are concerned that we're going to make their existing uses non-conforming, and what's our strategy around that? And then finally, the request that, obviously the community's got a lot of concern about how we're going to do mixed use. March 13th doesn't seem like enough of an accommodation, and the idea of merging Task 4 and Task 5, I think sounds scary process-wise, but I think we need to, as a commission, understand how we're sequencing this so the community can understand it, and then the request that was made in that as well, I think, to make sure that when we do our mixed-use zones, that we have a tool in there to encourage places for small businesses. That's a very important component. So I'll stop there.
Great.
Okay, I want to echo a couple things. One is I appreciate the testimony on Cully, and also to make sure that we do go back and look at if there was a study we were supposed to do, where it's at. One thing I did hear on West Hayden Island is the input of the tribes, and I don't know if we've taken that into account. And also one thing that strikes me there is perhaps West Hayden Island needs some cultural recognition of the history of the tribes on the island, which segues into the other cultural recognition area of the Soul District. That's very engaging, and hopefully we can hear some more about that. Lastly, the testimony on the disabled and the age-friendly aspects of the plan, I think, were really compelling. And I'd like staff to look at some of that distribution of the aging population and that effect on the households and what we're trying to plan for. I think that's a very valid point, that it's the optimum time to consider that in the plan. The Green Thumb and Portland Nursery, I want to echo the comments that have been made. I think those are areas that we really should look at, because it's important for the sustainability of both of our city and just our population and our youth. Lastly, light pollution. That was an interesting concept, and we should probably talk about that a little bit.
Great, thank you. First, I want to thank all the citizens and people that came out tonight to testify. Again, I think we all agree it was very valuable to us, illuminating, just good testimony that clearly gives us some thoughts to ponder and things to think about and things for staff to work on that will be valuable in how we start to put together a comp plan. So thank you very much, and especially for staying at the late hour. I would also like to thank PCC, the Southeast Campus, for hosting us tonight. It's great. It's a great facility, and it's worked well, so thank you again. I just have a couple of themes that I've heard, and I would first echo all the commissioners' thoughts tonight. Demographics. What are the demographics of the people that will be here in the future? What do they look like in terms of, we know they're going to be young and old, but household types, and there's a choice of where do we want to put those households in our city, and that's a real strategic decision about infrastructure, it's about services, and so we need to think about that. Relative to 82nd, there's a thought for me about the transportation component, the TSP of 82nd, and how does that integrate with the changes that we've proposed on 82nd. The point was made, is 82nd a great place to raise children when you have trucks flying by at 40 miles an hour and it's a state highway. I know there's a plan to transfer that to city ownership, but it's still a 5-lane boulevard, highway, whatever you want to call it. And so the transportation plan and the timing of that transportation plan seems to me has to somehow match with what our zoning is and how we think about that. The other side is, it was brought up about design guidelines, and we keep kind of dancing around that problem, but how do we address the concerns of design and ensuring that we get quality products in some of these neighborhoods so that we get intended consequences versus unintended consequences of poor quality, which may lead to not the kind of development we want in some of the neighborhoods long term, and especially in East County. And lastly, the discussion of neighborhood associations and business associations and other groups, the recognition. We do need to have a discussion around that. I think the comp plan is underserving, I guess, the neighborhood associations, and how do we get, we've heard, and I've been to meetings where immigrant groups don't fit into the neighborhood association model, and how do we, but they're very interested, and they do provide a lot of good comments about how they want to participate in this process of what we call democracy. So how do we ensure that their voice is heard, that we're reaching out to them, and that they've been contacted just like the neighborhood associations, and how do we keep what I think is a good process, neighborhood associations, valuable in the future, and business associations. And so that's a future discussion I think we need to have about how we do that and look at incorporating. We know there's going to be more immigrant groups, more groups that may not fit in that traditional model that we've built here in Portland and we value. And so how do we do that? And that's a good challenge. It's a challenge for us because we want to do everything and make sure we get the broadest sweep of input for our city as we go forward. And so in that decision-making process. With that, I'll leave it.
One more thank you, Andre?
Yes, one more thank you.
Someone whispered in my ear tonight that yesterday was Julie's birthday. And we could not do this without Julie keeping us organized. So I just want to appreciate Julie. Happy birthday.
Deborah, do you have any last comments?
No, we have a little.
Hold on.
Real quick, just that Eric may have already said this to you, but at your work session on November 18th, what we'll be bringing to you is sort of taking all these issues that you're going to want to talk about and trying to chunk them into discussion agenda so that we can see at that point how your upcoming work sessions will be organized so we can cover the things you want to talk about. And we'll bring you a sort of a sample of how we're going to walk through some of the hard decisions, like the things you heard about with cases where you've heard specific testimony about properties, how we'll present that to you in a way where you can walk through your decision-making process in a smooth way. So we'll be showing you how we think we'll do that, and you'll be able to say whether that's a good process for you.
And I think one of the big challenges that we've raised, and I've raised before, is all of these specific property-specific requests, keeping track of them and figuring out how.
Yeah, and some of the things you hear about might also represent a half dozen or a dozen others that are similar. So how do we organize it in a way that we can walk you through without making, going through an hour for each case, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So we all, I think, have this objective of manageable decision-making for you.
Sounds good. The next Planning Commission hearing for comp plan is November 4th, 4 o'clock at 1900 in Suite 2500. We'll see you there. Your written testimony is still can be sent in through March 13th, 2015. And we are adjourned for the night. Thank you.
That's where we're headed.
Oh, you are?